Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. We will now begin the opening ceremony of the International Conference on Science and Technology and for Sustainability 2026, hosted by the Science Council of Japan and supported by Secretariat of Science, Technology and Innovation Policy, Cabinet Office, Government of Japan, Ministry of Education, Culture, Sports, Science and Technology, and International Science Council. My name is Odanaka Naoki, and I am the chair of the organizing committee of this conference. I also serve as the vice president for educational reform at Tohoku University, Sendai, Japan. And I will be the master of ceremony for today's conference. First, I would like to invite Professor Dr. Mitsuishi Mamoru, President of the Science Council of Japan, in order to deliver the opening remarks. Professor Dr. Mitsuishi, it's your turn now. Thank you so much.
Distinguished guests, esteemed speakers and participants, good morning. It is my great honor to welcome you to the International Conference on Science and Technology for Sustainability 2026. On behalf of the Science Council of Japan, may I extend my sincere greetings to all participants joining us on site and online. The Science Council of Japan is a representative organization of the Japanese scientific community, covering the humanities, social sciences, life sciences, the natural sciences, and engineering. The Science Council of Japan deliberates on important scientific matters and coordinates scientific studies. Since 2003, the Science Council of Japan has convened the International Conference on Science and Technology for Sustainability to examine specific sustainability-related issues from multiple perspectives. This year's conference focuses on collaboration among stakeholders so that science can earn the public trust and contribute to policymaking that truly serves the public good. Today, we face complex global issues such as climate change, pandemics, and the rapid advancement of generative AI. These changes make society increasingly dependent upon scientific knowledge. At the same time, the spread of misinformation and growing social divisions have weakened public trust in science. For science to effectively serve as a public good in policymaking, public trust in science must be strengthened. The Science Council of Japan has highlighted the importance of fostering public trust in science. For example, in February 2025, the Science Council of Japan published a proposal titled "Toward a Society that Embraces and Utilizes Generative AI." This proposal calls for a balance between active use of generative AI and measures to address risks, including transparent development, agile multi-stakeholder governance, and education and literacy for society living with AI. Today, we will focus on three key areas. First, participatory science communication. Second, transparent and accountable science and technology. And third, effective collaboration between science and policy with a focus on AI. All of these are central to enhancing trust in science. I sincerely hope that today's discussions will re-examine the foundations of trust among science, policy, and society, and inspire concrete actions towards a more sustainable future. Finally, the Science Council of Japan will transition to a new corporate status on October the 1st this year. Under this new framework, we will continue our efforts to strengthen trust between science and society. Thank you very much for your kind attention.
Thank you, Professor Dr. Mitsuishi. It is now my great honor to invite Her Excellency Onoda Kimi, Minister of State for Science and Technology Policy Cabinet Office, to deliver her remarks. 小野田大臣、よろしくどうぞお願い申し上げます。Minister Onoda, now it's your turn. The floor is yours. Thank you so much.
おはようございます。持続可能な社会のための科学と技術に関する国際会議2026の開催にあたり、一言ご挨拶を申し上げます。本日は科学の信頼性向上、公共善としての科学の政策立案における役割をテーマに、国内外の有識者の皆様による議論が行われると伺っております。私は科学技術政策を担う立場として、科学が立ち向かう社会課題が複雑化するほど、科学の社会的信頼性が政策の実効性に影響を与えると考えております。また、科学への信頼は、科学と社会との双方向の対話を通じて育まれるものと認識をしております。こうした認識のもと、政府においては本年3月に策定した第7期科学技術イノベーション基本計画において、科学技術イノベーション政策を強力に推進するためには、市民の正しい理解と科学技術に対する信頼を獲得することで、社会との関係を深化していくことが必要であることを強調しております。さらに政府としては、客観的な証拠に基づき、政策立案を行う EBPM を推進しております。科学的知見がどのように収集、評価され、いかなる判断を経て政策に反映されているかについて、透明性と説明可能性を確保することが社会の信頼につながると考えています。特に生成 AI をはじめとする急速に進展する技術分野においては、こうした信頼や対話の重要性がより一層高まっております。安全性、倫理、国際的な整合性を確保しつつ、イノベーションを促進するため、学術界、産業界、市民社会との継続的な対話と協働が不可欠です。本会議のように、科学者の皆様が科学と社会、政策との関係について率直に議論される場は、政策を担う私たちにとっても大変重要な意義を持つものと考えております。本日の議論が科学への信頼をいかに高めるかという課題について理解を深め、科学、政策、社会のより良い関係のあり方や、相互の信頼に基づく連携の強化、実効的な政策形成に資する知見の共有につながることを期待しております。最後になりましたが、本会議のご盛会をお祈りいたしまして、私からの挨拶とさせていただきます。本日もよろしくお願いいたします。
小野田大臣、大変ありがとうございました。Next, I would like to explain the purpose of this conference. So, once again, I would like to say, ladies and gentlemen, good morning and welcome to this conference. It is my great honor to welcome all of you to the International Conference on Science and Technology on a Sustainable Society 2026, organized by the Social Council of Japan, 日本学術会議, and supported by Cabinet Office of Japan, Japanese Ministry of Education and Research, and the International Science Council. First of all, I would like to express my sincere gratitude to all the speakers, starting with Sir Peter Gluckman, Professor Kasuya Yuko, Professor Rize Korsten as keynote speakers. Professor Takata Yasuyuki, moderator of this afternoon's roundtable, and Dr. Poonam Kitrapal Singh by online from India, Professor Yamamoto Tatsuhiko, and Professor Muto Kaori as participants of roundtable for kindly accepting our offer of talking in this conference. I also thank all the participants of the conference in person or online who would galvanize the discussions by giving questions and their opinions. This year, we decided to take as a theme of conference the trust in science, which could make science a public good in policy making. Science possesses the nature of a global public good in ethical and philosophical sense. Claims of knowledge and evidence are made public in a form open to critical scrutiny. Their findings are promptly communicated to the public sphere and made available to all. What is more, it would, or we should rather say it must, contribute to the amelioration of our time-space. These characteristics of science form the foundation that underpins policymaking, the resolution of social issues, and the legitimacy of democratic decision-making. Consequently, ensuring and strengthening trust in science is a central challenge for science in order to fulfill the role as a public good in policymaking within modern society. However, in recent years, public trust in science has been declining, preventing science from fulfilling the contribution originally expected of it in policymaking, namely its role as science for policy. For example, while scientific knowledge is indispensable for policymaking on issues such as climate change, infectious diseases, public health, or AI technology, public trust in science is being eroded by populism and the spread of misinformation. And as a result, policies are sometimes formulated without a basis in scientific evidence. Therefore, for science to function as a public good in society and contribute to policy making, it is essential that public trust in science be established through appropriate governance and dialogue with civil society. In this conference, we will examine the following three cross-cutting issues from the perspectives of strengthening and maintaining trust in science for policy, and discuss how collaboration among science, policy, and society should be structured. Firstly, promoting science communication to build public trust in science. Second, establishing transparent and responsible governance in science and emerging technologies such as AI. And third, sound collaboration between science and policy in the field of public health, for example. As for issue one, we have to keep in mind that the trust in science for policy is closely linked to trust in democratic institutions as a whole. In other words, to strengthen citizen trust in specific policies and in democratic institutions generally, it is essential to generate and share scientific knowledge with diverse stakeholders while ensuring transparency in that process. In Japan as well, issues such as the lack of dialogue between citizens and the government during the policy-making stage have been pointed out. Consequently, efforts to promote science communication have been underway, including the establishment and the promotion of forums for dialogue and collaboration involving diverse stakeholders from the early stages of policy formulation, as well as the further promotion of science and technology experiences for children and students. As for issue 2, we think that to enhance trust in science, a clear governance framework for science is necessary. Amid the increasing openness and internationalization of research activities, the Science Council of Japan, 日本学術会議, has positioned research integrity as something that scientific community should ensure voluntarily and autonomously, and has emphasized the importance of proactive governance from the perspective of safeguarding academic freedom and research autonomy. Due to the rapid advancement of emerging technologies, including AI and generative AI, this approach has now gained even greater significance as a governance issue that extends beyond the scientific community itself to include domestic and international institutional frameworks and international cooperation. The Science Council of Japan, 日本学術会議, has issued a recommendation stating that since traditional regulatory models cannot adequately address the risks posed by rapidly evolving emerging technologies, we should aim for agile, rapid and iterative and multi-stakeholder governance. As for issue 3, we could say that in order to enhance the effectiveness and social relevance of science in policy making, it is crucial to appropriately integrate scientific practices characterized by transparency, accountability, and inclusivity into the processes of policy formulation and implementation. In other words, clarifying how scientific evidence is collected and evaluated, and through what value judgment and social considerations it is reflected in policy decisions, forms the foundation for the legitimacy and social acceptance of policies. In this regard, the Science Council of Japan has repeatedly emphasized the importance of sound collaboration between science and policy, stating that ensuring the independence and autonomy of academia while maintaining a constructive relationship with the government is essential for scientific advices to be effectively utilized in policy. In this plenary session, we hope to use these issues along with the various recommendations issued by the Science Council of Japan and the International Science Council as a starting point. By deepening the discussion from each participant's perspective, we aim to create a forum for dialogue that bridges differing viewpoints on broad themes such as trust in science, engagement in policy making, and the public good. Furthermore, we aim to create a forum where discussions can evolve into more creative exchanges by incorporating insights from the field and international perspectives without being confined to the frameworks outlined in these recommendations. So thank you for your attention. それでは、小野田大臣におかれましては、これをもちましてご退席なさります。小野田大臣どうもありがとうございました。 Next, we have a keynote speech from Sir Peter Gluckman, President of International Science Council. Sir Gluckman, now it's your turn and the floor is yours. Thank you so much.
Well, thank you very much. And on behalf of the International Science Council, I'd like to acknowledge the Science Council of Japan as an important member of the ISC. And we've worked hard to ensure that we can help the SCJ through its transition to a new formulation in coming times. If scientific research is to provide public benefits, scientific communities must sustain its trustworthiness in the eyes of decision makers and lay people. Fortunately, trust surveys, despite their limitations, suggest that there's no crisis in trusting science. This is the work of Victoria Cologna on the left, and you can see that for most countries, trust in science remains very high. Japan is at the lower end of the range, and it's interesting to speculate why that might be the case. We can perhaps talk about that later. If we look on the right at the Global Trustworthiness Index, you can see that, again, scientists are the most trusted amongst the most trusted people in communities. But nevertheless, we cannot be complacent. But we shouldn't talk about a crisis in trust in science. And I'll focus on two risks that I think are very important after making some general comments about trust and trustworthiness. Firstly, societies are not homogeneous. Societies are becoming more fractured in an increasingly manipulated information age, allowing smaller tribes within society to become highly influential in the political process. Thus, the minority of people who do not trust science can have disproportionate influences on policy and public opinion. And I'll talk more about that in a moment. Secondly, as science undergoes rapid changes in who and where it's done and how science is done, and in particular because of the impact of AI, there are matters that must be considered if science is to sustain its trustworthiness. But we need to just be clear about the words we use here. While trust requires a relationship, the consequences of that trust depend on whether the person or institution in which the trust is being placed is trustworthy. One can have trust in an institution that's not trustworthy. Think of all the people who are scammed on the internet. They've trusted something and it's not been trustworthy. Or you can fail to have trust in a trustworthy institution, as we've seen in many countries with public health institutions following COVID. And we must also recognize that individual psychology really matters. There's considerable individual variation in the propensity to be trusting, and this trait aligns with other features, including people's worldviews. Modern science is defined by its principles that make it a universal knowledge system. Evidence is developed through observation or experimentation and is subject to open evaluation, contestation, and critical review. Explanations can only be based on logic, theory, and past observations, and we exclude explanations based on belief, tradition, or dogma. But such principles do not mean that science can answer everything. Science has its limits. Virtually everybody in their daily lives combines knowledge from science with other knowledge systems, be they religion, local or indigenous knowledge, professional or tacit knowledge. Many do not see science directly as part of their conscious lives, only seeing science periodically in relationship to high-profile issues such as vaccination or climate change. And this distance between science and people can affect their perceptions of science. It's also naive to claim that science and science-based technologies automatically and unequivocally advance well-being. Science, technology, economic power, security and geopolitical power are more connected, have always been linked, but are more so now than ever before. The boundary between science and technology is never sharp, and science-based technologies have played a large part in driving climate change through developing of all the fossil fuel-based technologies and other sustainability challenges. And of course, defense science is a major component of science. And what we're seeing in Ukraine at the moment is a war of AI-based technologies. So when we consider trust in science, the issues are more nuanced than looking at most institutions, like governments, in that science is a complex network involving multiple institutions and scientists working as collectives and individuals. And the public's interaction with science is not structured in the same way it is with most other institutions. Trustworthy science is largely dependent on well-established social norms and practices associated with the producing and communicating of science. I'm going to talk more about that in a moment. Epistemic trust, that is trust in another person's claims of possessing reliable knowledge, is central to the trust in individual scientists, to scientific collaboration and team-based science. The social practices of science and trust are both needed for effective communication, fair peer review, and an alliance we have in team-based science for the integrity of each member of the team's contributions. Now, turning to risks. Perhaps the most obvious risk to science is political. Populists view science as an elite institution, and that is sufficient to distrust it. The more extreme populists see science as having no more validity than their own opinion and think it should not have any privilege and role in decision-making. To quote the American influencer populist Candace Owens, when she says, "I'm not a flat earther, I'm not a round earther, actually what I am is somebody who's left the cult of science." This is the attitude of the most extreme populists. It may be held by a very small number of people, but they can have disproportionate influence, as this individual has had. But other citizens do not reject science as automatically untrustworthy, but may distrust whole fields or specific elements of science. Political, ideological, or financial interests create biases that determine what science is accepted or not, and they resolve their cognitive dissonances by claiming that they do not trust that sector of science. They may reject vaccination and climate science, but accept other domains of science which are not in conflict with their worldviews or interests. Politicians of mainstream political parties may project distrust of an area of science because it doesn't fit their political interests, biases, and time horizons. Some political parties will reject genetic science while promoting climate science, and the converse will be true of others. Politicians are entitled to override science, but that's distinct from hiding their political interests by claiming that science that does not suit them is untrustworthy. Similarly, there's a long history of vested interest in the private sector undermining trust in specific aspects of science. For example, the fossil fuel industry and climate change, or the tobacco industry. Sorry, I've just gone wrong here. Disinformation can manipulate individuals, but it remains uncertain how destructive it is. Increasingly, it can be targeted at susceptible individuals, but evidence of disinformation's effect is hard to measure, and much of its effect is likely to be reinforcing anchoring biases that pre-existed. In general, disinformation is more likely to sow broader distrust and increase polarization than distrust in a specific issue. Yet another problematic framing is when politicians claim to be just following the science when they're following a political agenda. Deceived citizens then can come to distrust the science just rather than the politician. This behaviour was particularly obvious in some countries during the COVID pandemic, which led to a loss of institutional trust, more polarisation, increased disinformation, and the willingness to accept conspiracy beliefs. The latter is inversely related to institutional trust, and COVID clearly impacted on trust in science in the populist context. And if you just look at the orange line here from the US confidence in science, you can see it's directly related to the COVID pandemic, that there was some increase in the small group of people, than 8 or 9 people who have no confidence in science. How science is positioned with the public really matters. The great sociologist of science, Robert Merton, once critiqued the way science is presented as with a patronising attitude in their communication with the public. And too many scientists still do that. Yet the public wants more contact with the science community according to trust surveys. And if you just look at the slide, it's the bottom line, again from Victoria Cologna's work, that shows that the public want scientists to communicate with them much more. About 80%, 85% believe in that. On the other hand, if you look at the top, the public are not so convinced about the role of scientists in scientific and policy advice. And that's something which we had time I'd like to talk about, but I don't have time at the moment. Not every good scientist can be a good science communicator, and increasingly we should not expect them to be so. Increasingly, science communication is a distinct profession. Universities employ press officers, which are too often using hyperbole to overclaim the impact of their research. Similarly, some scientists exploit exposure to the media to extrapolate well beyond what the science shows. Hyperbole breeds skepticism, humility breeds trust. With the range of new communication modalities now available, it will become important that greater consideration is given to the ethics and practice of science communication. The Science Council of Japan, some years ago, led the way in thinking through the inherent tension between scientists as citizens and scientists as experts in the public arena. It's a sensitive topic, but scientists can undermine trust when they use their status as scientists to speak on issues outside their expertise, or do not acknowledge when they're breaking with the established consensus and why. We must always be honest about the underlying nature of science. It's almost never definitive, but is provisional in the conclusions it reaches. Often this is expressed in probability terms, yet too often scientists claim a certainty which is not justified, as we saw in the early stage of the debate over mask wearing and COVID. In general, a greater appreciation of the scientific method, its provisional nature, and uncertainties are likely to be key to more effective science communication and thus to trust. For many, perceptions of science are influenced by their exposure to science during their education. Science education remains patchy, and there are arguments that in a rapidly changing technological world, science education needs to be less focused on the traditional academic and more on explaining how science can address challenges and complexity. So now let me shift and talk about the issues of how to ensure science remains trustworthy and how and this is got some significant risks associated with it. My concern is that the well-established social norms and practices of science may not be well matched to the realities of the digital and AI age. The graph on the right shows the applications to the UKRI for research funding and shows how AI has rapidly undermined the capacity of science systems to cope. And we're seeing this in all sorts of ways. The raft of increased publications, false publications. It's undermining the whole structure on which science is based. Much science has implications for sustainability, economic and political decision-making, and thus is increasingly entangled with the interests and contested values. In such a context, science and science advice must protect their integrity to remain trustworthy. And perhaps we can talk about science advice in the question time. An increased amount of discovery science is happening in the private sector, where the compliance with the norms that are expected in public science are less certain. Scientifically based technologies, especially in AI, rapidly emerge with little chance of society and government developing a preemptive and appropriate oversight. A key factor whether an institution is perceived to be trustworthy or not is whether there are processes external to the institutions to ensure compliance with acceptable enforceable norms. For example, independent judiciaries, a formal opposition, and independent inspector generals are devices used within democracies to help sustain trust in government. Similarly, consider going on an aeroplane flight. It depends on trust in the manufacturer, trust in the pilot, trust in the air traffic controller, and each of those are audited by independent organisations or regulators. Sanctions and legal remedies apply if rules and norms are broken. When things go wrong, formal investigations follow. The least trusted components of flying are whether your baggage will turn up and whether the plane will arrive on time. And these are only audited by the travelling public through their direct experiences. In contrast, public science is almost entirely and largely informally regulated. It's quite distinct in this way. It's reliant on social practices and epistemic trust within the scientific community and is remote from the public. And we're passionate in the defence of of our ability to self-regulate our institutions of science. The only component which is generally not autonomous is the allocation by governments or philanthropy of the funding of science. Increasingly, governments are wanting to shift their priorities towards innovation and exert more control. This may have a policy logic, but such political control might have other objectives reflecting the influence of populist attitudes to academics and their institutions. But let's look at ourselves and our reliance on self-regulation. The pathway to a scientific career is not defined or regulated. It may be narrow disciplinary-based with no requirement for training in ethics or in experimental design, let alone the broader dimensions such as the relationship between science and society, the history of science, the principles that define science, or the range of intellectual approaches that encompass scientific enterprise. This is a major deficit, and I've been encouraging the ISC and UNESCO to think if they could work closely together to think about what might be the basis of actually how we should train scientists. Funding science decisions for individual research programs or projects are generally made only by scientists working in allocative committees. How such committees work relies on the integrity of its members. They also face the reality that there's now more applications than funds available. This problem's exploded as academics have started to use AI to generate grant applications. The system clearly cannot cope. and yet we try and pretend that the system is in good shape. Peer review is problematic. With AI-generated applications and AI-generated papers, it's now an overload. As the number of grant applications has increased and the success rates have fallen, tensions are emerging in how to fund science, by project, by individual, by mission. There has to be significant change. The role of AI in peer review remains uncertain but inevitable. At best, AI may identify what research is novel, and it may be able to identify strengths and weaknesses in the methodology. Again, how do we have social norms and practices within science around how AI should be used? The conduct of research itself is entirely in the hands of scientists with no external oversight, as public reporting in the scientific literature may or may not follow peer review by other scientists, and broader communication is not immune from self-interest from either the researcher or institution in their hyperbolic communication. But when the social norms and practices within science are broken, trustworthiness is lost, as we see with scientific fraud. A challenge will be to ensure whatever emerges as science inevitably undergoes considerable redesign is seen as trustworthy by both scientists and by funders, governments, and citizens. There are other internal challenges to trustworthiness. I'll make a few comments on the first four, and then I'll expand more on the last two. Medical research has had a long tradition of ethical oversight, but in the social, environmental, and ecological sciences, the use of such practices is more variable. Norms of practice which must involve the broader community and broader community engagement are yet to fully develop. As the use of AI across all disciplines rises, issues associated with consent, data access, and use will grow. New norms for conducting such research will be needed. The bibliometric culture is highly problematic, but it continues largely unabated despite attempts to reduce its impact. It produces premature publication, papers of doubtful quality, contributes to the incidence of scientific fraud, and to a plethora of papers and journals that do not meet acceptable standards as part of the scientific record. It's the misplaced incentives that drive these unacceptable behaviours. Addressing this is fundamental to a trustworthy science system, but it's very complex given the number of players involved. A further alleged issue is that of replicability and reproducibility. The issues extend well beyond those of inherent variability in the subject being studied or to fraud, but the culture of being first to publish and unwillingness to fund or publish confirmatory research contribute to ongoing concerns that have the potential to negatively impact on perceptions of science. Trustworthiness is inherent and is enhanced by transparency. In domains such as life sciences, declarations of financial interests are generally adhered to, but this is not universal across science. Other interests that might be relevant are often not declared. Only a few journals seek broader declarations of interest, for example, membership in a relevant advocacy group that may be associated with the science. A loss of trust in the scientific record would lead to a loss of trust in science itself. Scientific publication is core to the processes that are fundamental to science. Poor peer review can be a source of much frustration within the scientific community, and yet it's fundamental to the social norms of good science. AI is increasingly being used in peer review, although its value is yet to be demonstrated. The incentive culture in science and the massive expansion of science have led to a flood of predatory journals that do not undertake genuine peer review, of paper mills that are willing to write, generally by AI, and publish a paper for a fee, and other behaviours such as plagiarism, image manipulation, and false referencing. The record of science is being contaminated. the number of AI-generated papers submitted is growing at an exponential rate. Publishers and the International Science Council have recognised this as an intolerable situation. They are now working to agree jointly on criteria that would determine whether a journal has trustworthy practices and can be awarded a trust marker. This is likely to impact on a large number of marginal and suspect journals, many of which have no interest in the quality or integrity of what's being published. Finally, a particular issue that cannot be ignored is the interaction between scientists of the global north and the global south. Issues of patronising attitudes, exploitation, and data sovereignty cannot be avoided. If they're ignored, then trust in science will be undermined in those societies. In many cases in the global south, both scientists and citizens are sensitised because science was central to the grand colonial projects of past centuries. It has led to the perception that modern science, which is indeed a global endeavour, is a colonial exercise, and thus to claims that modern science is solely Western science. This is highly problematic. Modern science is built on a broad range of diverse heritages extending well beyond Europe and over more than a millennium. In fact, if anything, it's Asian and Arab roots that have led to what is now modern science. Science is clearly a universal language, and the ISC is heading a project funded by the European Commission to address these issues at the global north, global south interface so that we can promote genuine partnerships in international scientific cooperation. Bridging from science to other knowledge systems, such as indigenous knowledge systems, does not mean conflating them, but rather acknowledging the reality that science and other knowledge systems coexist in individuals and in individuals. The range of transdisciplinary approaches that science can use can do much to enhance and sustain trust in such societies, obviating the power difference between science programs and individuals. And this can do much to enhance trust. And I point you to this ISC report, which I was a co-author of with Matthias Cluster. So in summary, science is by definition fragile and complex. While other institutions have seen a decline in trust, science and scientists are generally seen as trustworthy. But it would be unwise to assume that just because a minority do not trust science, that their impact is negligible. Indeed, we have political responses to the latter affecting areas such as climate change, fluoridation, vaccination, and compromising the whole field of scientific advice, a matter we can perhaps discuss later. Ensuring that science remains trustworthy in the context of AI is an unfolding challenge that science is yet to fully grapple with. I've alluded to some of the issues, but there's little in the way of a framework to ensure that science remains trustworthy in this evolving context. I think new social norms and practices will be needed within the scientific community to protect this trustworthiness of science in an AI-dominant age and allowing science to continue to be self-regulated. Science does not hold all the answers, yet science of all human endeavours can advance the interests of people and the planet, but in doing it so, it must understand its limits and recognise that science and technologies inappropriately used can do harm. And indeed, it's the use of science that often leads to a loss of trust in science. The impact of science on society will continue to grow. For that growth to be positive, the various actors in the institutions of science must be active in ensuring the trustworthy production and communication of scientific knowledge. That will be essential if we're to sustain the high level of public trust in science in the face of political and other challenges. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Sir Gleckman. Now, we would now like to open the floor for questions. So please raise your hand if you have questions. And for those joining us online, please submit your questions via the Q&A box in the Zoom toolbar at the bottom of your screen. Anyone who would pose a question? Mr. Kano also, please.
So thank you very much for your inspiring talk. So I am Kei Kano from the Young Academy of Science, the Science Council of Japan. So I am so interested in the discussion about the trust markers of the publishers, publications. So my question is that how do you establish a criteria of the trustworthiness of the publications?
This has been, over the last year, we've had long discussions with a large number of the publishers. All the major publishers have been involved. And they have set up a working party, and the ISC has set up a working party, and the two working parties are working both independently and jointly to think about all the issues around what are the criteria of trust. The issues that the publishers see, because of course they do a lot of screening of papers. So what they've seen in particular, and what's worried them, is from having a very small number of papers which have worried them on initial screening, it's grown to now be 30 to 40% of submissions. At the same time, we as the ISC have our ideas of what should be there. So the publishers are all now using AI to screen papers for plagiarism, image manipulation. But there are other things that matter. What's the quality of their peer review? Are the editors independent, or do they publish in their own journals? There are many aspects to this. It's going to take us about another 3 to 4 months to negotiate through, so we agree on a set of trust markers, which may need to then be adapted because they will continue to change. If we've agreed on those, then the ISC will run independently of the publishers. So the publishers will have no say in awarding trust markers on a basis that journals submit to be accredited as a trustworthy journal or not. It won't be perfect, but it's to make sure the science community has the right to say, this set of criteria make this journal likely to be trustworthy in what it's published. It won't completely obviate problems. And whereas these journals are predatory journals, or not, their peer review is not up to scratch, etc., etc. So we're working through those criteria at the moment. As I said, the publishers group is chaired by Springer Nature, so one of the two, Elsevier is on that group, so's Frontiers, so Wiley, Taylor and Francis, plus a range of smaller publishers, academic publishers as well. So we're working this through at the moment. It's taken some months to get to this point. But I think by the time the ISC has its general meeting in Beijing on October the 20th to 24th, we'll be able to announce where we're up to and how the next stage will develop into an actual process, which I hope we can trial in the first half of next year, and then by the end of next year have a process in place where journals can pay to come to a mechanism to be accredited or not as trustworthy, and giving them the brand, so to say that they meet certain criteria. It's a lot of work that's underway, very complex, very sensitive, because of course, and this is a breakthrough. This is the first time really that the publishers and the scientific community has got together. And it's not been an easy discussion, as Sawaka would know. We've had a lot of difficulties actually getting the science community to realise we have to talk to the publishers and solve this problem.
Well, okay, my name is Tateo Arimoto. Thank you, Peter. The very insightful message. So my question is just after the COVID-19, the ISC, INGSA, and the United Nations proposed the new types of the scientists in the changing world. So-called is the first one is the traditional, the scientific knowledge generator. Second one is very unique, is the scientific knowledge synthesizer. And third one is your type, is the brokering, scientific knowledge brokering. And the first, last one is the communicators. So this is very, very important insight for the future careers of the young scientists. I want to have your strong message and suggestion to the career of the young researchers and the graduate students in science. Thank you.
Well, thanks, Arimoto-san. First of all, just to repeat, in the interface between science and policy making, there's really three key steps: evidence synthesis, evidence brokerage, and communication to the public. Evidence synthesis is undergoing change. Clearly, the role of academies producing deep reports this high, taking a year to do so, is disappearing because governments are now far more transactional and they want rapid decision making. AI can produce that evidence synthesis, but that AI also has risks. If it's not pluralistic and the prompts are wrong, you'll get the wrong kind of evidence synthesis. And furthermore, if it's not evaluated at the end to see that the balance is right, it can be very unbalanced. So I think there's a lot of work to be done, particularly by groups such as the SCJ, which do evidence synthesis and thinking about how to use AI and what should be the social norms, because otherwise it would just be officials and ministries thinking they can do it all by AI and they don't need scientific input. So I think there's great danger here, there's great opportunity, but at the end of the day, governments want to know the state of the knowledge, what we know, what we don't know, what are the caveats on this, and how that can be, what are the options for government. That's brokerage. But what's really important in brokerage is, and this is where we were talking yesterday in a group, is how to build the relationship between the demand side, that is government, and the supply side, that's the scientific community. Because at the moment in most countries it's supply side dominated. Scientists want to tell governments what to do, but governments aren't interested in what scientists have. And so we've got to work at that interface. And that, in the end, comes down to individuals with particular skills, in my judgment. The final problem is most of what science advice is depends on where it is in the policy cycle. If it's at the end of the policy cycle, it cannot have much influence. But to have it at the beginning of the policy cycle needs a trustworthy relationship with government to get there. And I talked yesterday to Professor Hibiya at Arimoto about how I think that can evolve and be done in the Japanese context. That's all distinct from scientific communication to the public. And the way you make a scientific brief, policy brief to government is quite distinct to how you would communicate to the public on the same issues. So there's a lot to do here. And I actually think that we're going to have to rethink the mechanisms of science advice quite a lot, given the impact of AI, the nature of government, which around the world, it's not just a right-wing US thing, governments are becoming more transactional, more short-term in their focus. And we need to think about how science plays into that more transactional environment than we have to date. I hope that answers the question, Arimoto-san.
Oh, sorry. So, Professor Castillo, please. So unfortunately, we have not so much time. So this is the last question. Yes.
Yes. Well, thank you so much for your very illuminating talk. My question is very quick and brief. The question is about AI, the guidelines on AI use in research and publication. So I belong to political science community, and there has been a really big debate about what to do with AI, and the associations, like International Political Science Association has been requested to issue some guidelines on AI use in research and publication, and actually, in our case, in teaching. And I'm wondering if ISC has prepared something along that line or planning to do so. Thank you.
Certainly, we've been doing some work in that space. I don't think we've reached a consensus on details to come up with. And part of the problem here is, of course, it's still emerging. So how AI looks today is different to how it looks tomorrow. It's moving so fast. And I think the fundamental issue, which is difficult to talk about, is we can say what the guidelines are. It doesn't mean that's what individual scientists will follow, because they'll see AI as being relatively easy to hide. Whether it is or not is a different matter. And so I think fundamentally we've got a very urgent and important role to take, but it's going to take some months or years over coming up with a new set of social norms and social practices for science. I think it's key, because if we don't sort this one thing out, I don't think we'll keep our trusted self-regulatory framework intact. And so I think it's really important, but it's also not easy, because in fact, everybody is using AI and not necessarily admitting to how they're doing so. So it's generating a lot of issues. And I think just seeing the raft of AI papers being submitted, the number of fraudulent things in AI papers, maybe they'll hallucinate less, but it's still there. And then the flood of AI-driven grant applications, it's destroying the system as we know it. And so fundamental change is on us, but I think we're still probably 12 months away from having a global consensus on how to approach it. I think, again, that will be a major focus of the meeting in Beijing in October.
So thank you so much, and we will still have certain questions from the participant online, but the question from the participant in person is prioritized. So thank you so much, Sir Peter Grackman. Now we have a second keynote speech from Professor Kasuya Yuko, President of International Political Science Association and at the same time Professor at the Faculty of Political Science and Economics, Waseda University. So that's it. It's your turn. Thank you so much.
皆様、こんにちは。早稲田大学の粕谷優子と申します。この3月までは慶応大学の粕谷優子で20年間慶応大学に勤めておりましたが、この4月から早稲田大学の政治経済学部に禁断の転職をいたしました。まずはじめにこのような機会を与えてくださいました主催者の皆様、そして周到なご準備をいただきました企画委員の先生方、事務局の皆様に心より感謝を申し上げたいと思います。最初に先ほどご登壇になった小田中先生から、今日の会議のテーマの3つ目のテーマであります、科学と政策の健全な連携というテーマで登壇してもらえないかというEメールを突然いただきまして、私で引き受けていいのかどうかかなり躊躇いたしました。なぜなら私の専門分野は政治学で、政策研究ではないからです。今このような形で皆さんの前に立っているのは躊躇しつつもお引き受けしたわけですけれども、この 科学と政策の健全な連携という今日のテーマ、このテーマをこの時代に正面から論じることに、政治学者としても、また世界政治学会という政治学分野の国際学会の会長としても大きな意義があるのではないかと考えたからです。また、後ほど詳しくお話ししますけれども、このテーマはいつ論じてもいいテーマというよりは、今論じることが非常に重要だと考えているからでもあります。本日の私の講演タイトルは、誰のための公共善か、エビデンス、不確実性、価値の政治というふうに、しております。40分ほどお時間をいただいて、政策立案における科学の役割、とりわけエビデンスに基づく政策形成、いわゆるEBPM という日本ではよく知られた、名前ですけれども、この EBPM への過度な期待を問い直すということを政治学者の立場からやってみたいと思います。本題に入る前に私自身の研究の背景を少しご紹介させていただくと、私の専門は政治学の中のサブフィールドの比較政治学という分野でして、具体的には民主化、民主主義の後退、政治的な分極化などをテーマとしまして、国際的な比較、分析をしたりですとか、あと地域的には東アジア、東南アジアを中心に、特に私の地域的な専門はフィリピンなんですけれども、このような形で政治を分析してきました。また、時々新聞などで目にするかと思いますけれども、VDEM Varieties of Democracy あるいは多様な民主主義研究所というところの、これは国際プロジェクトなんですが、東アジア地域センターの所長もしておりまして、このプロジェクトでは世界中の専門家の評価をもとに民主主義のレベルあるいは民主主義の質というものを測定しております。で、民主主義というのは本来目に見えないものですが、これをどのような形でエビデンスとして捉えるのかと、そのエビデンスにはどのような限界があるのかということを日々格闘しております。ということで、本日はこうしたエビデンスの生産者としての、研究者としての経験と、それから後ほどお話しする学術団体の運営者、代表としての経験、その両方から見えてきたことをお話ししたいと思います。主催者の先生方から私にいただいたお題は、政策と科学の接点。科学の役割について話してほしいというものでした。で、科学の方は私あまりよく分かっておりませんが、このお題を政策立案の中心にある政治の役割にフォーカスすることで、エビデンスに基づく政策形成について見ていきたいと思います。誤解のないように最初に申し上げますと、私は EBPM に反対しているわけではなく、もちろんエビデンスがあった政策立案の方が素晴らしいというふうに思います。しかしながら今日私が問いたい問題というのは、その手前にある EBPM はそもそも何を解決できる技術なのか、そして何を解決できないのか。そして EBPM という言葉が解決できないはずの問題にまで適用されたとき、そこで何が覆い隠されているのかという問題になります。前置きが長くて恐縮なんですけれども、少しせっかくの機会ですので、現在私が会長しております世界政治学会について紹介をさせてください。世界政治学会、IPSA と呼ばれておりますけれども、IPSA は1949年にユネスコの主導でパリで設立されまして、政治学の国際的な学術団体です。政治学の発展をグローバルな規模で促進するというのが IPSA のミッションでして、個人会員は約3000人なんですけれども、世界の50を超える各国を代表する政治学の団体が、いわゆる学協会が参加しております。日本の場合では日本政治学会が加盟 しております。現在はカナダのモントリオールに事務局がありまして、2年に一度の世界大会などをはじめ、様々な活動を行っております。そしてもう一つ、今日の会議、今日の主催団体との関係で言いますと、IPSA は、国際学術会議、サー・グックマンが会長していらっしゃる ISC の前身、その前の団体の一つである国際社会科学評議会 ISSC の設立メンバーでもあります。ごめんなさい。ISSC は2018年に自然科学系の国際学術会議 ICSU と合併して ISC となっておりますが、それ以降も IPSA は ISC の会員だったんですけれども、残念なことに、つい先日4月にIPSA の理事会があったんですけれども、4月にISC から IPSA は脱退するという決定をいたしました。この背景についてここでは深くは触れませんけれども、もしご興味があったらお話ししたいと思いますので、Q&A の際に質問をいただけたらと思います。というわけで、この学術団体の運営という立場から世界を見ますと、研究者として論文を書いているだけでは見えてこない風景が見えてまいります。で、その風景の一つを次にお話しさせていただきたいと思います。あんまり明るい話ではありません。この場にいらっしゃる方の多くは自然科学系、工学系の方、研究者なのではないかと思いますけれども、社会科学、人文科学の状況について少しお話しさせてください。政治学は社会科学の一分野ですけれども、現在、世界の社会科学は、率直に申し上げて非常に厳しい状態にあります。その理由としてはいくつかありますけれども、一つには社会科学が権力の監視を伴う学問だからです。政治学は政府の振る舞いを監視いたしますし、社会学は不平等を可視化いたしますし、経済学は政策の失敗を検証します。誰が得をして誰が負担を負っているのかと、政府の言っている言葉と実態はどれだけ違うのかということを分析するのが社会科学の基本的な役割です。その中で現在民主主義が後退している。先ほどのサー・グルックマンの話の中ではポピュリストが跋扈している。現代においてはこの社会科学、このような役割を持つ社会科学が真っ先に政府からの攻撃に遭います。で、特に今、IPSA でも大変話題になっているのがアメリカで起こっていることです。ご存知の方も多いかとも思いますが、少し細かく見ていかせてください。で、現在、トランプ第2期政権下のアメリカでは、社会科学への攻撃がものすごい勢いとものすごい規模で行われています。2025年4月以降、イーロン・マスクが立ち上げた政府効率化省、同種と言われているものがありましたけれども、この同種の主導で政権の優先事項に適合しない、整合しないとされた研究助成金の打ち切りが進みました。全米科学財団NSF というところをですね、日本でいうと JSPS になるかと思いますが、こちらだけで2025年5月末までに1752件、金額にすると約14億ドル、日本円で2200億円の助成が打ち切られました。でこの打ち切りの対象がですね、主に、社会科学の中で多様性に関する研究ですとか、偽情報、誤情報に関する研究ですとか、政権にとって都合の悪いものが、様々打ち切られていったというわけです。また、トランプ政権下では、ダイバーシティ&インクルージョンに関して大変敵対的な 態度をとっておりますので、女性、バイアス、人種といった単語をプロジェクトの名前に含むだけで女性が打ち切られるということが、たくさん報告されております。また、アメリカの、大統領府が発行する予算、書の中で、削減対象を名指しで、woke social behavioral and economic sciences。woke というのはご存知の通り、社会正義に目覚めたというような意味ですけれども、政府の公式文書の中で、このような形で、イデオロギー色を伴う形で社会科学、社会科学及び人文学が攻撃されているという状況です。またですね、制度的にも NSF の中にある社会行動経済科学局と、Societal Behavioral Economics SBE 局というのがあるんですけれども、ここが実質的に解体されて、さらに社会科学系の助成金を採択するかどうかを審査する審査の過程に専門家をどんどん減らしていくと。要するに政権の息のかかった人が審査員になって、プロジェクト、リサーチのメリットを審査するということが行われています。このような形で予算、人事、手続き、この3つの経路から社会科学の社会科学の知識生産、ノリッジプロダクションですね。この基盤が確実に崩されているというのが今私たちが直面している問題です。で、ここでまた社会科学がどうしてこういう攻撃に対して脆弱なのか、もう少し構造的に見ていきたいと思います。で、そもそも世界で、出されている研究開発費全体に占める社会科学人文学のシェアというのは、これは国によっても異なりますけれども、概算ですがアメリカや韓国では1から 2%、全研究開発予算の1から 2% に過ぎません。日本の、JSPS の出しているレポートによれば、日本の社会科学人文学は約 7% のシェアを持っています。で、世界全体でならしてみると、だいたい2から 3% ということで、これは、研究開発費の大部分が企業から出ているということを反映してもいますけれども、社会科学人文学の分野は非常に規模が小さいということがわかります。第2にですね、大学部門に限って見ているわけですけれども、社会科学人文科学の支出のシェアは約1割に過ぎません。その一方で研究者の数で見ると約3割前後を占めます。これが何を意味しているかというと、社会科学、人文学の分野というのは、人は多いけれども、一人当たりの研究費が、自然科学、工学系に比べると非常に小さいということがわかります。そして第3に、これが最も重要かと思いますけれども、こういった構造を社会科学、人文学は持っているために、予算カットの影響というのは、設備、機械を減らすのではなくて、人を減らすというところに向かっていきます。で、ここで誰が減らされるかというと、若手が採用されなくなる。若手のキャリアが、途中で止まってしまうということを意味します。このように自然科学の分野であれば、削減というのは非常に痛いことではあるかと思いますが、設備、機械を手放しても、またそれを買い戻すことができる。しかしながら、人というのは一旦途中で途絶えてしまうと、戻ってきてもらうのが非常に難しい という状況です。ということで、現在、民主主義の後退、またはポピュリスト政権による社会科学、人文学への攻撃というのは、このような長期的な非常に、暗い、重い、悪い影響を与えているという状況であることを、まず、全体の背景としてお示ししておきたいと思います。すいません。まだちょっと、科学の方に、本題に入っていけてなくて申し訳ないんですけれども、もう一つ、このスライドで問題設定を、させていただきたいと思います。冒頭で私は、科学と政策の健全な連携というテーマを、今ですね、いつでもいいわけではなくて、今論じることが重要だと、特に重要だというふうに申し上げました。で、これは、これまでのスライドで見てきた社会科学への攻撃は、民主主義の後退という用語で捉えられている現象の一つというところに、まず、現状認識をすることが必要です。で、このような状況で、政策と科学の関係を考えることには、次のような特別な意義が、あるいは困難があると考えられます。第一に、科学と政策の健全な連携の基盤には、学問の自由が保障されているという前提条件が伴わなければなりません。学問の自由というのも民主主義の構成要件の一つです。つまり、民主主義が後退しているコンテクストで、科学と政策の健全な連携を維持することは、民主主義が安定している時期に比べると非常に難しいということになります。第二に、民主主義後退の時代には、政策あるいは政治と科学の関係の捉え方が変化します。EBPM に代表される従来の科学と政策の連携論というのは、基本的に科学が政策に何を与えるかという方向性で問われてきました。問題設定は科学から政策にあったわけですけれども、しかしながら民主主義後退の時代、あるいは、ポピュリストリーダーが政権を取る時代には、この問題設定あるいは問いというのが反転してしまいます。つまり、政治が科学に何をするのかということを今私たちは考えなければいけないわけですけれども、これが次の第3の重要性になってつながってきますけれども、政治が科学に何をするのかという検討課題が重要になっていながら、この問題をまさに分析する社会科学が窮地に陥っていると。大変困難な時代になっているということです。これが今の特にアメリカを中心とする時代状況であると言えるかと思います。というわけで、本日の会議のテーマ設定というのは、基本的にファンダメンタルに重要な問題設定ではありますが、同時に非常に今日的な、今考えることが非常に重要な喫緊の課題であるとも言えると思います。ここまで、ちょっと長い問題設定をしてしまいましたが、本題に入っていきたいと思います。いただいたお題、テーマというのは、公共善としての科学の政策立案における役割というものでした。で、ここで、ご紹介したいのは、すでに読まれた方も多いかと思いますけれども、サイエンスとはグローバルな公共善である。Science as a Global Public Good という ISC が2021年に出したポジションペーパーのメインテーマです。 今回の講演を準備するにあたり、この文章を拝読しました。文章の内容はまとめると、科学の知識というのは普遍的にアクセス可能であるべきで、その便益は広く共有されるべきだという主張になります。ここまでは誰もがうなずく話だと思うんですけれども、この文章には2つのキーワードがあります。一つがサイエンス。もう一つがパブリックグッドです。サイエンスの方は定義が第1パラグラフのフットノートに1パラグラフ手厚いものがございます。一方、パブリックグッドに関してはポジションペーパーの第2パラグラフで出てくるんですけれども、私の受けた印象ではあえて曖昧に定義しているのかなというふうに、解釈いたしました。で、パブリックグッドの定義と思われる箇所をここに抜き出しています。共有される公共善という概念は古代以来多くの文化において道徳、政治哲学の関心事であり続けてきた。それは万人の善の追求を狭い自己理解の追求と対比させる概念である。この文章を読みますと、多くの人にとって良いことという意味で、パブリックグッドを特徴づけているように、読めます。似たような概念で経済学の方で使われているパブリックグッズというものもあります。パブリックグッズに関してもこのポジションペーパーの中では言及がありまして、私の読んだ解釈ではパブリックグッドの一種類というふうに位置づけられているようです。で、面白いことに英語では public good and public goods というのが出てきてそのままなんですけれども、日本語の翻訳の方では public good は公共善、public goods の方は公共財というふうに訳し分けられております。で、どうやらこのポジションペーパーにおける public goodというのは、政治思想、政治学、あるいは社会科学、人文学において、定着している概念である common good。これが日本語の公共善の一般的な逆翻訳ですけれども、この common good に置き換えて問題ない概念のように思われます。コモングッドという形でサイエンスを捉えるポジションペーパーとして考えたときに、もしそうだとすると、これは政治思想の分野では長く論争がある概念ですので、そのことについてもう少し見ていきたいと思います。私自身は政治思想の専門家ではございませんので、このコモングッドに関して何年もかけて勉強するわけにはいかず、定評あるスタンフォード大学百科事典と、スタンフォードエンサイクロペディア・オブ・フィロソフィーという、私が概念の扱いに困った時にいつも助けてもらう、百科事典に当たってみたところ、コモングッドというエントリーで約40ページにわたる説明がございました。それを要約しますと、この概念はアリストテレスなどの古代ギリシャの政治思想家に始まり、これをどう位置づけるかに関して政治思想の分では長い論争があったと。この論争の一つの到達点としては、単一の公共善を定義することは難しい。また、定義を一つに決着することは推奨されない。となっているようです。なぜなら、一歩間違えると、公共善が全体主義的な方向に向かってしまうかもしれないので。同時に、 不確実性、意見の不一致そのものを継続的な社会的学習プロセスとして捉えて、市民が対話を通じて共通善を、コモングッドを解釈し、批判し、洗練させていくための熟議の空間を確保することが重要である。これが今現在の政治思想研究者たちのコモングッドに対する、見方ということになるようです。で、このような公共善の性質を踏まえた上で ISC のポジションペーパーを読み直してみますと、このポジションペーパーにおける Public Good という言葉は、多くの人にとって良いこととは何かに関して、実はあたかもすでに合意があるような外観をまとっているのではないかと思われます。一般的にはPublic Good あるいは Common Good という言葉が出てきて反対する人はいないとは思いますが、しかしその公共には誰が数えられているのか、将来世代は入るのか、外国人は入るのか、そして誰にとってのどのような善が採用されているのか。このような問いかけというのは、政治思想の研究者たちが示したように論争されるべき問いですし、実際に実証政治学、私の分野においては、この good 善の選択には権力関係が反映されているというふうに見るのが非常に一般的なものの見方です。つまり ISC のポジションペーパーでのように公共善を所与のものとして扱うということは、この重要な論争されるべき点を論争が始まる前に終わらせてしまっているというような問題をはらんでいるのではないかというふうに考えられます。なんでこんな話をしているかと言いますと、この後お話しするエビデンスに基づく政策形成というのは、まさにこの公共善への貢献を旗印としている営みだからです。で、先ほど小野田大臣もちらっとおっしゃってましたけれども、ここ10年、20年で日本政府をはじめ世界中の政府でこのエビデンスベースポリシーメイキングというのが、様々な形で取り組まれているわけです。しかしながら土台となる善、グッドのコモングッドの概念が吟味されないまま、その上に乗るエビデンスを積み重ねているという場合、どのようなことが起こるのか。で、そのことを具体的に見るために、今日は、一つの政策領域を取り上げます。日本の少子化政策。これをこの後見ていきたいと思います。日本の少子化政策、制度としては EBPM の形式、非常によく整っているかと思います。子ども家庭庁がありますけれども、子ども家庭庁では EBPM をどのように実装するかという、ポリシーペーパーを何十枚ものものを、出しています。また、この岸田元首相が2023年に打ち上げた異次元の少子化対策、あるいは、その年に閣議決定された子ども未来戦略において 3.6 兆円の予算を使っているという分野でもあります。このような形で少子化という多くの人にとって日本が抱えている重大な問題、課題だという政策分野に関して EBPM がどのように働いているのか、あるいはどのような問題を抱えているのかということを次に見ていきたいと思います。4つほど駆け足ですが見ていきたいと思います。1つ目がエビデンスと政策手段のミスマッチ。 これは EBPM の研究分野でよく言われる一般的な傾向のようですけれども、エビデンスが強い手段と政治的に選ばれる手段というのは逆相関している。つまり、エビデンスが弱くても政治的に役に立つ政策が選ばれる傾向があるというわけです。少子化問題に関しても、児童手当のような現金給付というのは、少子化を改善する効果としては非常に弱い。あったとしても弱い。しかしながら、このような政策が採用され、その一方で、若年層の雇用、それから所得の改善という構造的に重要な、かつエビデンスも強いものは選択されないという状況が発生しています。エビデンスベースとならぬポリシーベースとディシジョンメイキングという状況になっているというのが一つ目の問題です。二つ目の問題が、方法論的な話になるんですけれども、仮に誠実に効果を検証しようとしても、少子化対策のような全国一律に行われている政策の場合には、比較の対象、カウンターファクチャルというのが存在しないので、実際に、例えば児童手当の拡充が出生数に効いたのかということを厳密に識別することができないという性質を持っております。で、こうすると、このような状況の中では、検証可能性というのが、よくわからないので、効果が出ているかどうかということの判証が難しい。また、効果が出るには時間がかかるというような言い訳をすることが、比較的簡単にできてしまうと。これは EBPM という言葉で装った政策というのが EBPM の方法で評価できないものになっている状況になります。三つ目の問題。これも、方法論的な問題にもつながるんですけれども、スケールアップの失敗です。日本の少子化対策議論では、特定の自治体の成功例というのがよく、脚光を浴びますけれども、では、その成功例を全国に広げたらどうなるか。で、この成功例というのは、基本的には他の自治体の人たちが別の自治体に、この成功例の自治体に移動して起こっている。つまり再配分をしていることが背景にありますので、全国レベルで、ミクロで成功していても、マクロに全部まとめてしまうと、再配分が起こり得ないということになって、スケールアップしても、成功例を拡大していっても、全国的な成功は見込めないということになります。そして最後、第4の最も根源的な問題を指摘したいと思います。これまでの3つの問題というのは、いわば EBPM の実行レベルでの失敗でした。しかしながら、少子化対策という問題には、それ以前の困難があります。つまり、そもそも何が問題なのかを定義すること自体が政治的であり、規範的な問題だからです。少子化問題、そもそも何の問題でしょうか？労働力不足が問題なんでしょうか？社会保障の制度を維持することが問題なんでしょうか？あるいは、希望する数の子供を持てないということが、あるいは個人の人生の選択の問題なんでしょうか？ 少子化問題というのを何の問題かというふうに定義することで、今ここで例を挙げた3つの問題設定は、それぞれ異なる処方箋と異なる評価基準を導きます。もしも労働力の不足が問題なのであれば、移民労働力の受け入れや技術利用による生産性向上が代替案、オルタナティブな政策、提案になり得ます。もしも、社会保障の持続性が問題であるならば、現役世代が高齢者の年金を支えるという今の日本の社会保障制度そのものを見直す必要があります。また、個人の希望を実現することが問題なのであれば、出生数が増えなくても希望と現実のギャップが縮まれば、政策は成功するということになります。全体として日本の政策文書、少子化問題に関する政策文書というのは、これらの問題定義を意図的に曖昧なまま混在させているように読めます。一番上流の問題定義、問題の設定のところが多義的なままで、下流の EBPM のKPI ですとか、様々なロジックモデルですとか、そういうところが精緻化されていくことに何の意味があるのでしょうかと私は問いたいと思います。ちょっと時間が押しているようなので、大変申し訳ないんですけれども、少し、説明を、はしょっていきます。で、政治学者としては、なぜ少子化対策が場当たりなものになり、政治家にとって、やりやすいものになって、構造的な改革ができないかということにも触れておきたいと思います。いくつかの政治の壁があります。一つ目は選挙サイクルの壁。政治家は基本的には2年か3年ごとに行われる選挙に勝てばいいので、その時に何か言えることが手柄があればいい。しかしながら抜本的な改革は10年、20年の単位で必要とされている。もう一つが支持基盤の壁です。日本の与党である自民党の支持基盤が基本的には、経営者層の団体になっておりますので、雇用の構造をいじるということは、自民党の支持基盤からは嫌われてしまうことなので、雇用調整はしたくないという支持基盤の壁があります。もう一つは官庁の壁ということで、少子化対策の対応するべき官庁は複数の官庁にまたがっておりますけれども、その調整がうまくいかない。かつ家庭庁は厚労省ですとか経産省ですとか、そういうところとそういう官庁に対して何かやるようにという命令をできる立場にないということになります。で、ここで少し徐々にまとめに入りたいと思いますけれども、今日お話しした少子化というのは EBPM の研究分野におけるいわゆる厄介な問題になります。wicked problems という特徴を持っています。問題設定そのものが難しい。決定的な検証がない。立場によって問題の記述が異なる。これは今日の午後にお話しする予定の AI ガバナンスとも非常に似たような問題の特徴になります。その一方で EBPM、うまくいきやすいタイプのものもあります。それは、いわゆる飼いならされた問題、tame problems という特徴を持つ、政策分野、例えばワクチン接種をどう高めるかというようなことですけれども、それに関しては、かなり効果があるということが知られております。 で、そろそろ時間なのでまとめたいと思います。今日私は2つの話をしました。前半の方では民主主義後退の時代に社会科学の知識生産基盤が掘り崩されているという現実です。後半の方では EBPM という理想が政治というどの国でも避けて通れない制度のためにどういうふうに機能不全を起こしているのかということを日本の少子化問題、少子化対策という事例を用いてお話ししました。この2つは別の話のように見えて、実は一つの結論に修練するのではないかと思います。いわゆる伏線回収です。多くの人にとって良いものとしか定義されていない公共善は、少子化対策においては、誰の公正、誰のウェルフェアを基準とするのかということが宙づりのまま政治家や官僚によって都合の良い政策体系として実体化している、実装されているということを見てきました。合意がないということ自体は健全な多元主義の証ではありますが、この問題なのは、この価値の対立、あるいは価値が複数存在して、時にはトレードオフ関係にあるという基本的な点が、EBPM から先に入ってしまうと見えてこないということと、EBPM という何らかのサイエンティフィックなことをやっているという装いを取ることで、問題の本質が見えにくくなってくるということなのではないかと思います。そして、ここまでの話から言えることは、科学を公共善として位置づける際、公共善をあらかじめ定義があるもの、あるいは、それを所要のものとして政策に実装する答えとして扱うのではなくて、その内容をめぐって社会が討議し、議論し続けるべき問いとして扱うべきなのではないかと思います。この問いに真剣に向き合うことなしに、科学と政策の健全な連携というのは達成困難だと思います。なぜなら問題設定があやふやなコンテクストで、いくらエビデンスを積んでも適切な政策には結びつかないから。そして社会科学はこの問いかけを促進し、同時に問いを発する自由が守られているかどうかを監視する役割を担います。自然科学分野、工学分野から見たらマイナーな学問分野かもしれませんけれども、このような重要な役割を持った学問分野です。学問の自由をはじめとした民主主義の諸条件が守られているかどうかをモニタリングするという社会科学をもっと大切にしてくださいというのが、今日の話の、ボトムラインとオチということになります。はい、ここまでの話が皆様にとって何らかのお役に立てたら、幸いでございます。ご清聴ありがとうございました。
May I go in English or Japanese? May I go in English for okay. So thank you so much. And we, as time is pressed, we have just only one question.
どうもありがとうございました。一般市民の三井と申します。一般市民の立場からちょっと勝手なことを言うかもしれませんが、お許しください。トランプ政権でアメリカの状況は紹介されました。しかし、日本でも科学技術イノベーション政策といって、そのイノベーションが加われたときにですね、その対象に人文科学も含まれたんですね。で、当然人文科学が含まれたということは、社会科学、政治学会も含まれていると思うんですが、その対象とするのは競争的研究資金なわけです。そうしますと、 その政府が設定した公共善のため、あるいは社会貢献のための目標に沿った論文を応募して研究費を稼ぐことになるわけです。で、そうするとですね、端的に言えば、学問の自由だけではなくてですね、思想の自由まで、侵される可能性があるんではないかと。で、例えば、気候変動の問題に、こういった人たちが駆り出されるとですね、例えば社会科学者だとか、その心理学者行動心理学者まで駆り出されてですね、行動変容のためのナラティブを考えさせられたり、サンゴヤなんかでよくあるんですが、そういうその内容を強化するエビデンスを並べることに、特に AI が出てくると、それを強化するための理由だけがバーッと出てきてしまうという可能性があるんじゃないか。で、もう一つだけ例を述べますと、これは人文科学だけじゃなくて科学でもごめんなさい、自然科学の分野でも起きることでありまして、その科学と政策の連携をあまりにも強調しすぎるとですね、科学の信頼が失われ、ごめんなさい、科学の自由が失われて信頼を失う可能性があるんではないのか。で、例えばですね、IPCC は科学団体ではなく国連の諮問機関なんですね。一方で、その気候変動の原因っていうのは CO2 以外にも太陽活動だとか、火山活動だとか、地球の軌道だとか様々あるわけです。で、気候の軌道っていうのはまだ完全に解明されておらず、再現もできていません。しかし、国連総長がですね、CO2 の人為的排出が主原因だと宣言すると、それ以外の原因について研究する学者は、研究予算は取りづらくなり、論文もジャッジする人たちに文系の人も含まれてきますから、取り上げられず、キャリアパスにも影響するわけです。こうしたバイアスがですね、科学の独立性、自由を失わせ、科学への信頼を失わせることにつながるんではないかと、極めて憂慮しているというのが、市民からの立場です。以上です。ごめんなさい、勝手なこと言って。
ありがとうございます。まず最初に、時間をちょっとオーバーしてしまいまして、大変申し訳ございません。今のご質問、本当に重要な点だと思います。研究者の立場で申し上げると、あと、その資金をどう獲得するかという立場で申し上げると、私個人の場合ですけれども、資金獲得のためには、実は政府あるいは審査員が好みそうなタイトルを、テーマを選んでやっております。資金の性質にもよりますけれども、ある程度自由度が高いものに関しては、とりあえずお金を取って自分のやりたい、自分が重要だと思う研究をやるということをやっているのが、私なりの何と言ったらいいでしょう、裏技といいますか、そのような今おっしゃったような政治、実際の政治に流されないために研究者の側として一つできることなのではないのかなというふうに思います。ありがとうございます。
どうもありがとうございました。
Thank you, Professor Katsuya. Thank you so much for your stimulating speech. So now we have a keynote speech from Professor Lise Korsten, President of African Academy of Science, and at the same time Professor at the University of Pretoria, South Africa. So thank you for your presentation in advance.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It's a privilege to be here today. And I literally flew in over the weekend from South Africa, which is a 12-hour flight to Hong Kong. So I first of all want to acknowledge and thank the President and the ISC, International Science Council, and the whole Japanese science community for inviting me to this event. Thank you very much. I want to say that trust in science to me is a personal journey and a very important story. So when I got the original invitation, I immediately accepted it. I think it's not only an important discussion for all scientists to have all over the world, but it's now at a critical tipping point. And two very important things are tipping this reality of trust in science. It's not only about the relationship between scientists and government, but scientists and industry, scientists and society, and then very importantly, the impact of rapid change, AI, changing our existing science framework that we do have. And then finally, I want to talk about public health, but I want to say from the outset that I'm actually working in the space of One Health. So I'm going to use examples in plant health or animal health or human health for that matter, because there is certain ethical principles that runs across all of these different disciplines. So a very important aspect for today is the discussion we've just had around public good. And I really thought that was really interesting and extremely important. While I was listening to public good, I also thought that common good is not only critical at this stage, but it's also about that moral issues. And I recall a meeting last year in Japan where we sat together and discussed the issue around moral issues in science. And we asked, well, whose responsibility is it? Is it the scientific community? Where's the religious leaders of the world? And how do we interact with that, with public and governments? So the public good is a very important discussion. It's also that social glue that provides sustainability for us. And I think the one important word all of us have to deal with at the moment is sustainability. Food security is suddenly sustainable food systems. If you look at the Sustainable Development Goals, everything is measured in sustainability. Public health is also that, I call it a primary theater, a space where scientists come together. Now, the interesting statistic we saw in one of the previous keynote speakers' presentation was, in fact, that global index of trust. And that global trustworthy index, the data, and it's very interesting because people trust the medical profession the most. So that put the public health right at the top. So when a medical doctor tells you something, or when the COVID outbreak happened, people listened to the doctors. They had a voice. And the second group, interestingly enough, that they really trust is scientists. And then thirdly right at the bottom, is actually governments. So during this COVID period, we had this fascinating dynamic of medical doctors having to deal with dying patients, scientists standing up and talking about the virus. In fact, at that stage in South Africa, our scientists and the Chinese scientists were already sharing information because they've had well-established and trustworthy relationships that's been built up over the years. In fact, South Africa found another strain and were immediately isolated from the rest of the world. And we couldn't, in fact, our borders were closed. And then a brilliant book was written by a South African scientist. He was guiding government during COVID. Professor Salim Abdul, and it's worth to read the book, Stand Up for Science. And it was the book of the story of the COVID pandemic, how scientists and government had to sit together and work with the medical professions and solve this crisis. It was a global crisis. So that's why I refer to that theater. And then moving from ethics to AI, which is totally changing our whole landscape. Who could have thought 2 years ago we would have had this discussion? And it literally exploded onto the market. November, I remember so clearly. In fact, before the big AI debate started, my son was already starting his own AI company and telling me he's busy doing this and this. And he was 25 years old. The timeline between how quickly AI moves and we move is totally out of sync. And I'm going to show you some interesting realities and some publications. So the critical 3 pillars of science as a public good or common good is under scrutiny. And that's that integrity, the access to science, the access to data, the access to information, and the equity. Now, in Africa, equity is a massive story because most scientists in Africa do not even have access to, never mind the data, the journals or the publications, they don't even have access to the laboratories or the equipment to generate our own data. In fact, we don't even hold our own data in our own hands. So these are extremely important. And when you look at your publications and you see where Africa is in terms of co-authorship or even reviewers on journals, then you have to ask the question, something has to change. And this is where that AI debate comes in, and it makes it so important. Now, it needs to be open for scrutiny, because if we're going to talk about AI and public health, we need to talk about that data. And I don't know how many of you are busy recording the number of steps you're taking. I'm not. But I can tell you a lot of people in Africa are. And then we ask the question, well, who is handling that data? Who is making health decisions? And then very importantly, I think it's also about that independent validation. We also need prompt communication. AI is speeding things up. It's now saying to us, I can read 50,000 documents in a few minutes. And it brings the ethical obligation to share that information. But who validates that information? And then the next point, and this very important debate, is who owns these big monopolies or the IA, and I will refer to Geneva. At the moment in Geneva, there's a massive discussion about AI and the future of science. And they are talking about AI sovereignty, AI access, the green imprint of AI on science, the impact on water and energy. So these are critical discussions taking place right now. And then not excluding, once again, Africa in these very, very important discussions. So let's just take a step back, and I combine public trust with public health and the stakes around trust. And this was a very interesting publication on Elgar, and he used it during the COVID pandemic. But I'm not going through it in all detail, and it's worth reading this, but he refers to a few interesting facts. And that was behavioral dependency, the individual versus the collective. And here we go back to public good. And then the direct impact. But what they found was that where society trusted governments, there was a lower mortality, because they then trusted government's decision that was guided by scientists to behave in a certain pattern. Where there was communities where the community influence was bigger, there was a higher mortality, because people did not isolate in those cases. Where there was examples of income inequality, there were similar trends of higher mortality. And that we found particularly in certain African countries, and particularly in South Africa, we had a very interesting reflection in the COVID period. So these impacts are extremely important. We also have an issue around the crisis of confidence. And once again, there's very interesting publications around who accepted the vaccines. And what's so interesting, when I flew into Japan, the first thing they asked, in fact, before the plane landed, has anyone been in Uganda or the DRC in the last 24 days? My goodness, that's a month ago. And I remember when the Ebola outbreak started and everyone's saying, do we have a vaccine? Do we have a vaccine? Now everyone's scrambling and asking, are we monitoring it? Do we have facilities to monitor? Is the disease spreading? We know there's now first reports in Paris already. So if you look at this confidence crisis and you look at the acceptance of vaccines, then it's very interesting to see where vaccines were accepted immediately. But the concern was in Africa, it wasn't. And that's where we currently have the crisis, the outbreak right now as we're speaking. And I think these important statistics and information is critical for us to help better understand AI. And I refer to this as the AI inflection point. Now, let's just take a step back in history and time. So scientists used to be the mysterious. Scientists used to be, and particularly the medical profession, used to be a category of the population that was considered and valued. And I want to refer to the cholera outbreak in 1854. And with the cholera outbreak, it was about identifying the disease, and then once you could, spatial epidemiological studies. In the 50s, we suddenly saw a shift towards randomized controlled trials, where we had evidence and we then had medical interventions. And today we sit with AI-driven surveillance systems and predictive analytics, real-time monitoring. And I think this sort of innovation and inflection is showing us how quickly things are changing. And my own research group is currently busy with AMR research. We are doing antimicrobial resistance monitoring, and we are monitoring rivers, soil, plants, fresh produce that's consumed in the markets, and we link it now with animal health, production system, and human health. And we are looking at surveillance and how rapidly that movement is happening. So AI applications in public health is real. It's real in One Health. It provides that predictive modeling. It provides that precision public health and automated diagnosis. And this we see in the whole, and I call this the black box, because it's a big box and all of the sciences are caught up in this. And there's a few interesting dynamics happening in this black box. And it's that logical gap, which is between the scientists that cannot explain the how and AI on the other side that reach a diagnosis. So here we have the scientist or the medical doctor and an AI coming in from a different side. So I often see people, they're not feeling well, they use their cell phones, they quickly get a self-diagnosis, they treat themselves. So that dynamic is shifting. And then the barriers between science as a public good, once again, and AI as a corporate secret. And this is another dynamic we have not even unpacked. And then I'm not even talking about the pharmaceutical industry and all the other industries that's not even mentioned in these discussions between scientists and governance. So this validation crisis is heading, and we need to think of how we're going to develop models to better manage, integrate. So data integrity become core. It's about consistency, it's about completeness, accuracy, and data integrity. And I think this autonomous integrity and the data provenance and replicability now becomes essential. And it almost feels like we are moving back to when I was a young scientist and I was taught how to plan my experiments, how to have replicates, how to repeat my experiment, how to include positive and negative controls. We're going back to basic rules. And for this new AI science generation, we will need to do the same to prevent that bias. And I want to use this as one example, a very interesting publication in health algorithms, where they actually used facial recognition, and they found that the error rates was particularly higher in Black women. And this affects your results. They found similar studies in African populations where that biasness come in. So mindfulness during this digital divide is so important. I also want to touch on academic freedom, and I was really very fascinated by that discussion because last year in Austria, in Norway, we attended a meeting around academic freedom and social responsibility. That balance between innovation, creativity, curiosity, and discovery on the one hand, and responsibility and ethical codes of conduct. How do we balance this? The freedom to innovate and the responsibility to protect and the dual use concerns. And now you put the blanket of AI around that. And how will we measure that? And how will we manage that going forward? I want to shift the discussion a little bit from expertise, your scientific community, who, so by the way, has their own language, their own bubble they live in. I'm a scientist. My friends always say I live in outer space. I never touch the ground. I'm not in touch with society and community's problems. I'm detached. And when we now assess a young scientist, we say, well, how have you communicated your science to government for policy, to society? Are you using citizen science tools? Are you demystifying science? And are you playing in the open science and open source platforms? So this becomes critical for us going forward. It's no longer the number of papers and the top journals that we publish. As a scientist, the way we will be measured in future will significantly change. And with AI as a tool, and let me be honest, I can tell you we use AI in so many different ways at the moment, not only for paper mills, but the reviewers are using AI tools to review papers. The editors, the authors, the students, the theses, everything. It's infiltrated every aspect of life. And yes, very true, the presentation around the impact of AI on social science, I think at this stage is a bigger threat unless there's a rules of engagement and use and a code of ethic. So this is such an important discussion that we must have, and we must get buy-in for all. This is a shared responsibility. It's not a responsibility of only the scientific community. So the transition and the need for governments, and this is in the beginning where I said, I remember working for Codex, and I remember ISO. I also worked for ISO, sat on technical committees. And I remember we used to first have to publish. Now, before I can get a publication out in Nature or whatever, I can tell you that experiment started most probably 3 or 4 years before. By the time the paper is published, it's 4-year-old data. Then those publications, that data then go to WHO or Codex, and we introduce a new standard that eventually then takes about 2 years. And then eventually the different governments in the different countries absorb it into new regulations. We are talking about a massive timeline. AI has totally changed this. And we are talking about a 6-month turnaround at the moment. And how are we going to manage that? We've already heard earlier on that government is adopting this. They are changing. And I can give a very interesting example. In South Africa, in April this year, the South African government released a new white paper, the new draft policy for AI. It wasn't 2 days, or the journalist published, that the whole AI document from government was developed only on AI. There was no verification and there was no scientific assessment of that document. So they had to withdraw that document. And I thought that was such an interesting example. So let's define and move beyond the state, the NGOs, the civil society, the decision makers. How are we all going to create those living documents? Because these policy documents with AI will have a rapid turnover. And every document, in fact, I can remember in the past, a new food safety standard will take you at least 4 years and then you do your revision. Now we're going to most probably do revisions for everything within year cycles. And then, of course, how does the legal fraternity step into this space? They talk about soft law, the hard law, and using ethical guidelines until we can bridge this gap. We need to be proactive, not reactive. We need to think of anticipatory ethics. And I think this is extremely important parts of the conversation we must have. People are talking when in the health circles, in One Health, around red teams, health algorithms, find potential failures before it starts. We see it now with climate change, also using AI. So the precautionary principle is suddenly critical. We are moving back to using AI deployment in these high-stakes public health issues. And then we need to institutionalize dialogue, creating public deliberation platforms, because we're all responsible and we need to hear everyone's voice. I think the transparency is critical. We have learned those lessons in science, not to go and hide your mistakes, but to be open and transparent and trust through vulnerability, admitting the limitations of our scientific models, or then for AI, for that matter. And then finally, international coordination and the extremely importance of standardizing AI ethics, particularly in health. And I know the WHO is currently busy with that. We saw what we know what's happening in Geneva at the moment. We're talking about global data sovereignty and then cross-border trust. There's a lot of discussions in Japan and Brazil. So we need to safeguard that independence and autonomy. We need to address funding conflicts. And yes, I hear that impact on social science funding. And we have seen similar impacts in the agricultural and food sciences, where our funding budgets have been cut. We've had severe experiences from US funding cuts in health. Political interference, the potential and the impact of this is extremely important. And then having a buffering between raw science and political convenience, as I so-called put it. So AI as a tool for public understanding, it's extremely important, the clarity, visualizing it, and that's a very nice way to use. I have seen young students, teachers using it with little preschool children, simulations of if a disease outbreak happen, how quickly will it spread and move, and having those simulations. And I want to tell you, I do exactly the same in plant health. We work with diseases that spread. And when I came into Japan, it was so interesting when I entered, and before I got through your control points, they asked, declare fresh fruit, vegetable, animal products. Now, I'm a plant pathologist, so I know the importance of not moving plant and animal material across borders. And it's that training, education, and awareness. So finally, closing that AI gap, looking at the importance of public good for the future, and looking at a science policy for society, which is more than just a three-way dialogue. Industry needs to be in the room. Evidence versus values, acknowledging the importance of science, that they provide the fact, and the society that provide the values. And then, of course, the legitimacy of this in the whole debate. So finally, I want to close by saying Sustainability is still the big word in health, in One Health, environmental health. And there is a call for action. I believe that each and everyone should be a science communicator, an AI science communicator. We should all advocate for better governance. And I believe in an ethical oath for scientists. I know the medical profession does it. And I keep thinking, but all scientists should actually go through that. We start off at school at the same, and why do we have at the end those discrepancies between trusting a medical doctor more than a politician? So in summary, trust is the result of transparency, integrity, and engagement. And the future for public health, it must be based on science-based policy making. And my final vision for this is science as a public good, in that term, or common good, is a lived reality, not just a conference theme. Thank you very much. I just want
So
to...
now is the time of Q&A time. Please stay there. And thank you so much, Professor Kirsten, for your very interesting and stimulating presentation. Now, we will now open the floor for questions. So please raise your hand if you have a question. For those joining us online, please submit your questions via the Q&A box in the Zoom toolbar at the bottom of your screen. Is there anyone who will have a question in person? Please raise your hand. Okay.
Thank you so much for this great presentation. I'm Andriana Margariti, professor in regenerative medicine at Queen University Belfast, and also founder of ReproGo, IA company in health sector. So your presentation was amazing because you raised all the issues, but also the opportunities that they are there. Also, what we have experienced, and I would like your thoughts on that, was that it looks like there are two different worlds. One is the scientific world, and the other is the AI world. And now we're in the stage that we try to communicate, but there is a gap. Any thoughts on that and how we can move forward? Thank you.
Yes, there's a massive gap. So I'm going to tell you the story about my 25-year-old son, who's an AI agent and who's got massive investors investing in his startup company. And he told me, Mom, you as scientists and as academia, you are all obsolete. You need to rethink the way you teach and train and the way you do business. And he has now partnered with big business and industry companies, developing AI agents for them, tailor-making it for them, developing suites, unique fit for them. And I can see in a year's time, we're going to see millions of this. So I think that gap's going to increase because we are living in our academic bubble. We are having difficulties talking to government. We're trying to hold on to ethics and standards. And yet time is just, in seconds, I can write a report for anyone. But who's validating that? What is the role of the science community in that then? And industry is monopolizing it. Some of the big players controlling the AI space. And then smaller business are all picking up on this now. And they are using it. And they're going to increasingly use it. And then you're going to find society is going to use it. So what's going to happen with scientists in that role? What role should we carve out for us to bridge that gap?
Okay, thank you so much. Is there anyone, any other one who have a question? Okay. So if there is no one, we have one question on the Zoom from the online participant. So I have to translate it into English. In Japan, the vaccination is not totally as for maybe as for COVID-19 and so on, the vaccination is not totally trusted. And how is the situation in South Africa or Africa in general about the civil attitude toward the trust toward vaccination? That is the question.
Oh, okay. So in Africa, the one slide I showed that in Africa there's a significant lack of trust in vaccines in general. And I think the northern parts showed particularly high levels of lack of trust. And then South Africa had a high level of trust, similar to what we found in Europe. So there's a big difference in trust. But I want to tell you, in Africa, when you go into rural areas, the lack of access to medical care is so big. You know, people have to walk days to get to a clinic. And particularly, one of my friends work in child death during birth, with young girls giving birth and dying because they cannot get them to a hospital in time. And so there's many stories. So a lot of people are saying that AI may empower those communities who are currently so isolated and removed from access to medical care, because most of them do have cell phones. Everyone has cell phones. They don't always have connectivity. So the trust in vaccines in Africa is not good. And the need for vaccines, for medication, for healthcare in Africa is huge. And I believe AI can play a very important role.
And he would like to know, is there any possibility of amelioration of that low rate of trust in Japan or in North Africa and so on?
Yeah. So I saw that one slide that was also up in the beginning about trust. And in Africa, the country with the most trust that I saw was Egypt. And then I saw Nigeria, and I saw no other African countries on that list. I know China was sort of on the borderline. Now, what is so interesting about Egypt, so I want to just say something. I've been the president of the African Academy of Sciences for the past 3 years, and I'm now finishing that. And I want to say what an incredible experience to get to know the scientific community and to understand the many challenges. And what is so important is to give the scientists in Africa a voice. And I want to tell you that what surprised me was the incredible potential we have, particularly in Northern Africa. The Egyptian scientists, the Egyptian universities are outstanding. They are in the top in the world. South Africa, Egypt, and then Nigeria. Those are some of the top universities with excellent academics coming out of it. And there's an incredible move in Africa towards AI, and particularly in a country such as Kenya, where a lot of people are now engaging in that as a tool. We see, of course, in Africa, a lot of strength in agriculture and food production, and a lot of growth in those sectors in the science community. But it's an emerging society community that is really the future, I believe, of the world. Not only can Africa be the food basket for the world, and not only do they have a voice, but they have the youth. So they're going to have the people. And we listened to a talk earlier on about low birth rates. And in Africa, we have the highest birth rates, I think, particularly in Nigeria. So we're going to have the people, and I would most certainly would invest in Africa as a future leading continent.
Thank you so much. And do there anyone who have a question? We still have some time. Okay. Mitsui Sensei. Mitsui Sensei. Let's give him a mic, please.
Yeah, so thank you very much for an excellent talk. And Yeah. Now, many people are pointing out that the trust we are losing, the science is losing the trust. But for example, you are describing the transparent AI and science-based policy. And do you have any roadmap to solve this situation?
Yeah, thank you for that question. So I want to use my university as an example. There's a lot of universities that's now work together on a AI roadmap. We use it for our students, how to guide them in terms of using AI, how to reference the use of AI. So there is a roadmap and a strategic plan. Our government and the African Union has developed an AI strategic plan for use of AI, and then the importance of that in science and bridging that gap and utilizing it as a tool. There's incredible growth and interest in using AI in sustainable food systems, and particularly in terms of climate change, monitoring climate change, and also distributing of food and addressing the spread of diseases, not only for food production, but for health in general. So there's incredible growth, interest, and there is roadmaps being developed in most countries. I think there's quite a lot of African countries now individually that's already developed policies and roadmaps for this, and getting prepared for this. So I think there's quite a lot of activity and awakening in Africa. And I think what's going to happen is this gives them a tool to catch up. And I think that's what's going to be empowering for a young person in somewhere in Africa, coming from a small town, who never had the privilege of having textbooks, access to a good education. Suddenly, they have access to knowledge and to tools to empower them. And setting the rules for that is going to be what's going to be very important for us to do as custodians of knowledge. I want to say something about wisdom. Being in Japan, it's the best place to say this. I have not seen AI popping in or doing a lot, or a wisdom platform. I call it a wisdom platform. There's still a lot to say for people who have incredible experience and knowledge. And I specifically want to refer to the retired community, which is so valuable. So there's two groups standing out for me: the youth, who has this natural skills with AI and technologies, and the elderly with their wisdom. And I think that combination, we are reinvesting in our retired professors to bring them back and still utilize them.
Yeah. Thank you very much. So who can solve this situation? Scientists or policy makers or education? Or who can solve this situation? We should solve all together? Or?
Yeah. I must tell you, I also see a very interesting thing is I want to include another very important word, and that's credibility. So I often see in these big debates where you sit and in it as a technical expert for WHO or FAO, or in your own government's ministerial commission, if you sit there as a professor, or you sit there with your PhD degree, you already have a certain level of credibility. There's a certain expectation that you will represent the science community, and I think it was also a slide earlier on, and that you bring integrity to the table, and that you automatically have a voice. And I think that government openness to listen to the scientists and invite them to the table is what we have seen a lot in South Africa. And I'm going to give you a good example. We have had an outbreak of a pesticide, and children was dying. And it was children that was exposed to eating biscuits that they bought through the informal sector. We then realized that the problem was informal traders bringing in illegally pesticides across the borders, often banned pesticides, and using that in the facilities where they prepare food or repack food. And that caused that whole outbreak. Suddenly, government realized that they need to revise our whole pesticide policy. But we have to bring everyone around the table. And it was very interesting to see how academics were treated, were invited to the table, and we had a voice.
Thank you very much.
So we have now reached the scheduled time, so we conclude the session here. Thank you so much, Professor Kosten.
Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to the panel discussion on enhancing trust in science, the role of science in public good and policy making. My name is Yasuyuki Takata from Kyushu University, and it is my privilege to serve as the moderator for this session. The title brings together three closely connected ideas: trust in science, science as a public good, and the role of science in policy making. The science can greatly improve human life, but knowledge does not automatically lead to sound policy or public acceptance. Evidence must be communicated, understood, and translated into institutions and action. Throughout today's session, I'd like us to keep one fundamental question in mind. How can we strengthen trust in science so that it continues to serve society as a public good? Before the presentations begin, let me briefly explain the background and the structure of the session. Okay. So let me start with a simple observation. Science has never been more important. The science creates knowledge through evidence, critical inquiry, and self-correction. Its strength is not that it always gives an immediate or final answer, but that it can identify error and improve our understanding. However, science alone is not enough. The scientific knowledge becomes socially effective only when people trust both the evidence and the institutions that produce it. The trust depends on communication, integrity, and transparency. The scientists must explain what is known, what remains uncertain, and why recommendations may change as new evidence emerges. The public policy then connects knowledge to the public good through institutions, accountability, and inclusion. The science creates knowledge, the society creates trust, and policy enables public benefit. Today, this relationship is being challenged by public health emergencies, misinformation, rapid advances in artificial intelligence, and increasingly complex policy making. So we will organize our discussion around three interconnected perspectives. The first is public health. Emergencies such as COVID-19 showed both the power of science and the difficulty of communicating changing evidence under uncertainty. We need to ask what worked, what failed, and what lessons should be carried forward. The second is the artificial intelligence. So AI offers remarkable opportunities for discovery, diagnosis, prediction, and public services. At the same time, it raises concerns about bias, opacity, misinformation, accountability, and research integrity. The issue is not simply whether AI is useful, but whether it can be governed in the way that deserves trust. The third is public policy. Scientific evidence is essential, but it does not by itself determine what society should do. Policy choices also involve priorities, competing values, and democratic deliberation. These topics are closely connected. Public health highlights trust during crisis. AI presents new challenges to integrity and governance, and public policy asks how evidence and social values should be brought together. So we will first hear three presentations along this term. We will, Dr. Poonam Ketrapal Singh will join us online and speak from the perspective of public health and emergency preparedness. Professor Tatsuhiko Yamamoto will address the opportunities and threats associated with artificial intelligence. Professor Kaori Muto will contribute perspectives related to ethics, society, and public decision making. So today's presentation will highlight several important and partly constructing messages. We will hear the science protects society only when knowledge is translated into policy, institutions, preparedness, and financing. Knowledge that remains only in reports cannot protect people during an emergency. We will also hear that transparency and integrity are essential foundations of public trust, including openness about evidence, uncertainty, limitations, and responsibility. Although both unprecedented opportunities and serious challenges, it may strengthen science, but it may also weaken trust if decisions become opaque or responsibility becomes unclear. Finally, we will be reminded that scientific evidence alone cannot resolve conflict among social values. Science can clearly consequences and options, but democratic societies must still decide which goals to pursue and which risks to accept. Our purpose in the discussion is not simply to repeat the presentations, but to explore how these perspectives complement and sometimes challenge each other. Finally, let me explain how today's session will proceed. After the three presentations, we will take a break and then begin a 90-minute panel discussion. Professor Haruka Sakamoto will join the panel and open the public health session with a short issue framing statement. We will then move to artificial intelligence, introduced by Professor Takashi Kamihigashi. Finally, we will broaden the discussion to public policy. Throughout the panel, we will display the key questions and incorporate several questions submitted by participants in advance. I do not expect one simple answer. Rather, I hope we can identify shared principles, integrity, transparency, accountability, inclusion, and dialogue that apply across all three areas. With that, let us begin the first presentation. Thank you very much. We will now move on to the presentation by our panelists. To begin, I would like to invite Dr. Poonam Ketrapal Singh, a former WHO regional director for Southeast Asia. She is joining us online today. Dr. Singh was originally scheduled to join us here in person. However, due to unforeseen circumstances, she was not able to travel to Japan. Despite this, she has kindly agreed to join us online today and share her valuable insights. On behalf of organizers, I would like to express our sincere thanks to her. Okay. Dr. Singh, the floor is yours.
It is a privilege to be with you today for this very important conversation on science, on trust, and on what it takes to protect human lives. The theme of this meeting could not be more timely. We live in an era of accelerating health threats, climate-driven disasters, emerging infections, fragile health systems. Science is our most powerful tool, but science alone is not enough. Today, I want to make one central argument and illustrate it through one of the most defining experiences of my career, the 2004 Indian Ocean tsunami. Next slide, please. That science is not merely the pursuit of knowledge. It is a mechanism for protecting lives and shaping better policy. But here is the critical point that too often gets lost in policy discussions and which has already been highlighted in the opening today. Science protects populations only when it is translated deliberately, systematically into institutions, financing mechanisms, and governance systems that serve all people. Think about what science has already given public health. We have water and sanitation in health. We have oral rehydration therapy, which have saved millions from diarrheal diseases. There are antibiotics and vaccines, which have transformed human lives. Surveillance and epidemiology have contained pandemics. None of these worked through science alone. They worked because science was embedded in policy and in delivery systems. In Southeast Asia, this is not an abstract argument. With 2 billion people, many member states, disproportionate disease burden, and fragile health systems, science-guided policy, it is a survival imperative. We proved, and the 2000 tsunami is the proof. Next slide, please. Let us look at the WHO Southeast Asia region. I have chosen to focus on tsunami and this region because both Japan and India have faced that disaster. Japan, of course, is in a different WHO region. However, these are contiguous regions with many commonalities. Before we go to the tsunami, let me briefly frame the region we are talking about. Over 2 billion people, 11 member states then, the highest birth cohort in the world at 33 million births annually, a disease burden that is disproportionate to available resources, and health systems that in many places remain fragile. This region faces some of the most complex public health challenges anywhere on the earth. There are natural disasters, endemic diseases, emerging infections, climate vulnerability. It is precisely because of this complexity that science-guided policy is not a luxury. It is the only viable path. And it was the 2004 tsunami that forced us painfully, urgently to build that path. Next slide, please. Let us have a look at the Indian Ocean tsunami. 26 December 2004, the Sunday after Christmas. I remember that day with absolute clarity, and it has never left me. Let me take you back to that day. I received a phone call from a WHO country office in Maldives. They said to me, "We are flooded." We had no idea where the water was coming from. We switched on BBC News, and that was how we found out about the tsunami. We were completely clueless. The first suggestion was simply to save files and documents and move them to the higher ground. That was how it began for us. That was the start of our tsunami response. What followed was one of the worst natural disasters in recorded human history. 9.1 magnitude earthquake off the coast of Sumatra. Waves traveling at over 500 kilometers per hour. 6 countries in our region hit within hours: India, Indonesia, Maldives, Myanmar, Sri Lanka, and Thailand. More than 227,000 lives lost. 1.7 million people displaced. Health infrastructure almost completely destroyed in the worst affected areas. And I'm referring to Aceh. On a personal note, I have many memories of the tsunami. I stayed in Aceh for over 3 weeks, and most of these memories are really painful. But there is one memory that will always remain with me and which haunts me. When I reached Aceh, there were heaps of bodies, dead bodies. The stench was unbearable. It is something I will never forget. And it is from that moment that I understood with absolute clarity that science and preparation are not optional. They are the difference between dignity and devastation. The tsunami exposed something critical. Scientific knowledge about tsunami risk in the Indian Ocean existed. Seismic data existed, but early warning systems, coordinated response mechanisms, pre-positioned supplies, and emergency financing did not exist. Science had not been translated into policy. Countries paid for that gap with human lives. Next slide, please. We moved immediately. An operations room was established at WHO regional headquarters in Delhi, functioning round the clock. A tsunami task force was activated. A 100-day strategic plan was developed. Senior WHO staff began arriving in Delhi from across the world within hours. 4 simultaneous actions were taken: the operations room, the 100-day plan, global staff deployment, and task force establishment, all driven by day one by science and evidence, not by assumption or by improvisation. Speed mattered, as it matters in all crisis situations. Structure mattered, but what mattered most was that every decision we made was grounded in data. Can I have the next slide, please? Science guided every action which was taken. We did a rapid needs assessment. WHO deployed assessment teams within 24 to 48 hours to all affected countries using structured scientific tools to map injuries, population displacement, damage to health facilities, and contamination of water and sanitation systems. A 100-day strategic plan was developed from these assessments. Field data determined where supplies were sent, which health interventions were prioritized, and how international resources were allocated, turning science directly into operational policy. Disease surveillance became very important. The greatest feared consequence was a cascade of epidemic diseases, cholera, typhoid, malaria, driven by contaminated water, mass displacement, and damaged sanitation. WHO established rapid disease surveillance systems in all affected countries within days, compiled and analyzed data weekly, and shared findings in real time across governments, UN agencies, and NGOs. The result, confirmed in WHO CRO's own documentation, there have been no major outbreaks of communicable diseases. This was a direct outcome of evidence-guided action. Science replaced fears with facts, and resources were directed where data showed they were needed. Science-based supply management and technical guidelines were initiated. As medical supplies poured in from across the world, WHO applied evidence-based protocols, including WHO Emergency Health Kit Standards and drug donation guidelines, to ensure that what reached affected populations was appropriate and not harmful. Over 80 technical guidelines were produced, but since in an emergency situation, it's not very easy to go through big, long pages of guidelines, we decided to precede each guideline by a one-pager, a bulleted one-pager for a quick read, and transmitted to field teams and country offices so that they knew how to respond. A drug supply chain was established, ensuring medicines were correctly labeled and within expiry. At peak response in Indonesia, 20 metric tons of medical goods were delivered daily under WHO coordination. Within days, it was clear that the psychological impact of the tsunami was profound and would be long-lasting without systematic intervention. WHO scenario drew on the scientific evidence based on psychosocial trauma to make mental health a formal, non-negotiable priority in all country recovery plans. CRO officials collaborated with local hospitals and NGOs across affected countries to set up psychosocial training for medical personnel. WHO developed a framework with UNICEF and UNDP for psychosocial support to the affected population. This was policy mandated by science, not an optional add-on. On a personal note, let me share with you a small story from Thailand. There were many tourists there at that time of the year because that's really the Christmas break. And there were many tourist deaths then. Foreign visitors whose bodies could not be identified and needed to be identified and the families informed. So we contacted forensic experts in the USA. The forensic science that followed helped identify hundreds of victims and return them to their families. Science served human dignity. Next slide, please. What was the result then? No major outbreaks. This single outcome is the most powerful demonstration of science as a public good. Over 1.7 million displaced people living in emergency camps with broken water and sanitation, and no epidemic. That does not happen by chance. It happens when science guides action. Science also warranted that the bodies of tsunami victims, which posed a major epidemic risk, required immediate mass burial, and that was also done. Science replaced fear with facts, and facts saved lives. Next slide, please. The 2004 tsunami was not only a humanitarian crisis, it was a turning point because the scientific evidence generated in the response was not allowed to expire with the emergency. It was institutionalized. Post-tsunami scientific analysis identified what had failed and what structural reforms were required. Those findings were converted into 3 enduring policy pillars that continue to protect the region today. Pillar 1 was WHO's 12 benchmarks for emergency preparedness and response, which for each country, this was really country-focused, evidence-based standards giving every member state a framework to measure, monitor, and strengthen their emergency capacities. Legal frameworks, financing, coordination, early warning, community engagement, human resources. Let's turn to Pillar 2. National health emergency authorities were established. Formal institution structures came up in each member state to own and lead emergency preparedness, a direct policy response to the coordination failures that tsunami exposed. And Pillar 3, which is most important, and to which I devote the next slide, CRF, the Southeast Asia Regional Health Emergency Fund, perhaps the most direct expression of science as a public good. Next slide, please. Let's look at CRF now. CRF is a science-defining emergency financing. Post-tsunami evidence established a clear causal finding. Delays in financing emergency health response directly cause preventable deaths, particularly in the critical 72-hour window after a disaster. The finding demanded a new mechanism. Member states formally adopted the resolution creating the Southeast Asia Regional Health Emergency Fund at the 60th WHO Regional Committee for Southeast Asia in Thimphu, in Bhutan, in 2007. This became operational in 2008. But let me mention here that it was initiated, and the idea really came from the ministers in a ministerial meeting where they felt the need of one such fund. This fund is designed to disperse within 24 hours, and it was, and it still remains, the fastest health emergency fund of this kind in the region. CRF embodies science as a regional public good. Evidence from one crisis pooled into a shared institution, made available to all the member states in all future emergencies. To date, CRF has supported 49 health emergencies across 10 countries, dispersing $8 million. India is the only country in the region which has yet not taken funds from CRF. In 2025, member states adopted CRF 2, which increased the corpus to $3 million. Every evolution of this fund has been driven by scientific evidence of gaps and needs. Proof that science-informed policymaking, not a one-time event. Next slide, please. And as a proof of it, a disaster occurred in our region after a decade, which showed how useful the lessons learned from tsunami were. On 25th April 2015, a 7.8 magnitude earthquake struck Nepal. This was the region's most significant test since 2004. And the results were profoundly different because a decade of science-driven preparedness had fundamentally changed the capacity to respond. During the Nepal earthquake response, both the regional office and the national staff were mobilized immediately, right to the local level. We established what became known as the MCKs, which are the mobile camp kits. 7 tent-based field hospitals were set up immediately as temporary treatment facilities, and there was fierce psychosis among the population. There were repeated aftershocks. People were terrified to re-enter their own homes and buildings. Our teams managed that too, with evidence-based communication. Hospitals in Kathmandu that had been retrofitted and whose staff had been trained in contingency planning and mass casualty management directly from post-tsunami preparedness programs, withstood the earthquake and continued to provide healthcare. Science had built infrastructure that held. Within hours of the earthquake, WHO deployed pre-positioned emergency medicines. CRF was dispersed within a single day. No post-disaster disease outbreaks occurred. The surveillance systems, rapid response teams, and coordination mechanisms built on tsunami lessons were already operational. As the WHO itself documented, 10 years later, the Nepal earthquake proved that the region had learned the lessons well from tsunami. Nepal 2015 is the validation. Scientific knowledge, preserved as institutional memory, protected lives in a different country, in a different disaster, a decade later. That is science as a public good. Next slide, please. The scientific knowledge and institutional systems built after the tsunami did not stay in the 6 countries that were directly affected. They spread across the entire region. In India, we saw use of the preparedness systems and surveillance networks post-tsunami directly supported by India's response to Cyclone Fani and the Nipah virus outbreak. In Myanmar, Cyclone Nargis drew directly on tsunami experience. Coordination systems that had been tested and refined were applied immediately. Coordination, we realized, was a major gap during the tsunami. Sri Lanka, Indonesia, Thailand, other member states had health emergency operations centers established. Rapid response teams were trained and preparedness plans were tested. And a crucial lesson from this disaster that every policymaker in this room must hear. At one point, we had to stop accepting donated medicines. Not because we did not need help, but because donations were arriving of expired, unlabeled, inappropriate, uncoordinated manner. Storage became a crisis in itself. The lesson even generally requires a scientific framework. Evidence-based donation protocols are not bureaucratic. They are necessary. And here is a point that often goes unrecognized. Preparing for pandemics and outbreaks also strengthens health systems. Emergency preparedness is not a separate track from health system strengthening. It is health system strengthening. Every training, every ETOC, every rapid response team built for emergencies makes the everyday health system stronger and stronger. Science as a public good means its benefits reach everyone, not just those directly affected. That is the definition of public good. Next slide, please. What are the key messages that we learn from here? Science saves lives only when systematically translated into policy, institutions, mechanisms, and financing, not when left in reports, as has already been mentioned in the opening by the speaker. Every success in the tsunami response, no epidemics, functional hospitals in Nepal, 24-hour emergency disbursements resulted from scientific evidence being embedded in permanent government structures. The gap between evidence and action costs lives, Closing that gap is the fundamental task of science-informed policymaking. Scientific knowledge generated in one crisis must be preserved as institutional memory and applied proactively, not rediscovered after the next disaster. Systems must be designed to learn, to retain, and deploy evidence across most valuable when it is not allowed to expire with the emergency that generated it. Science is a public good only when shared equitably. No country should face a health emergency without access to the scientific tools, protocols, and financing that others take for granted. CRF's model of regional solidarity, all 11 member states contributing and all benefiting, is a concrete expression of this principle. Science as a public good is not a philosophical statement. It is a design choice that policymakers must make deliberately in budgets and in law. Trust in science is built through transparent, accountable delivery of results, and policymakers are its guardians. When governments act on scientific advice and epidemics are prevented, when hospitals function after earthquake, when emergency funds reach communities within 24 hours, public trust in science deepens and endures. The opposite is also true. Policymakers who sideline evidence erode both public health and public confidence in institutions. The closing slide, next slide, please. The 2004 Indian Ocean tsunami took 227,000 lives. The scientific reforms it triggered have since saved tens of thousands more in Nepal, in Sri Lanka, across our region, and across the world, where applied approaches for a health emergency preparedness have been adopted. A tragedy became a turning point. Loss became learning. Experience became evidence. Evidence became policy. Policy became preparedness, and preparedness continues to save lives even today. Science is a public good when placed at the service of people, when it is translated, institutionalized, shared, and defended. It transforms disaster into preparedness and vulnerability into resilience. That is the greatest legacy of the 2004 tsunami. And it is a commitment we bring to every conversation about health, about science, and about the world we are building together. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Singh, for your thoughtful insight. So we are almost running out of time, but if you have a short question from the floor, I'll take only one question. No? Okay. Okay, we would like to move on to the next presentation. Thank you very much, Dr. Singh, for your kind presentation.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, next, we welcome Professor Yamamoto Tatsuhiko, a professor of Keio University Law School, co-director of X Dignity Center. Professor Yamamoto, floor is yours. You speak in English, right? No, Japanese. Okay.
Hello, everyone. My name is Tatsuhiko Yamamoto. I'm a professor of Keio University Law School, and I'm a co-director of Cross Dignity Center, a multidisciplinary research center of Keio University. My main field is constitutional law, the Japanese constitution, and my research has focused on the right to privacy and the relationship between cutting-edge information technologies, including AI, and human rights and democracy. Today, I'd like to discuss the crisis in science from the perspective of constitutional law, though my remarks may be somewhat tentative. The concept paper for today's international conference lists the public discourse of claims of knowledge and evidence in a form that is open to critical scrutiny as one of the fundamental attributes of science. It further states that this serves as the foundation underpinning the legitimacy of democratic decision-making. Based on this understanding, it will be the science or the democracy it underpins is in a state of crisis. One might even say we are entering a new era of anti-science. I will refer to two reasons. First, the attention economy, the business model of social media, is coming to dominate the entire information landscape. In a world overflowing with information due to the spread of the internet, the attention we can direct and the time we can devote overwhelmingly scarce compared to the volume of information supplied to us. Consequently, attention and time are traded as exchange goods with economic value. This is the attention economy. This business model was already predicated in the late 1960s by Howard Simon, a cognitive psychologist and economist who won the Nobel Prize in Economics. Furthermore, the term attention economy was already in use in the late 1990s by sociologist Michael Goldhaber. He even argued that attention would be the currency of the future and that money would become obsolete. Indeed, today we can enjoy many services for free by paying with or sacrificing our attention and time. In 2023, the United Nations also published a document sounding the alert about the rise of the attention economy and its associated problems. In this business model, the key lies in how to stimulate human cognitive processes, particularly the subconscious, to elicit a reflex, thereby capturing as much attention as possible. This is because the more reflexes a company elicits, the more profit it makes. Economist Glenn Weil points out that this is much like the sirens of Greek mythology. Sirens are terrifying sea witches who use their enchanting songs to capture the attention of sailors, luring them in and robbing them of everything they possess. The word siren is the origin of the term for the ambulance's siren, but today sirens are constantly singing and blaring on our smartphones, and we find themselves constantly reacting to them. With this kind of business model, it is only natural that misinformation and defamatory content spread and amplify. This is because such content is sensational and most likely to capture human attention. While there are many calls to simply delete misinformation and hate speech, it is fair to say that the root of the problem lies in the business model and the algorithms that accelerate its spread. In short, the problem of disinformation and hate speech is, at its core, the structural problem tied to the attention economy. The reason this business model has spread so widely is that the AI powering recommendation systems have become highly adept at learning how to capture users' attention. Shinsuke Shimojo, Shinsuke Shimojo, a cognitive neuroscientist at the California Institute of Technology, pointed out that stimuli are specifically directed not at the neocortex, but at the limbic system, the cerebellum, and to go further, the brainstem and the pons near the spinal cord, areas often referred to as the reptilian brain, and users users reacting to these stimuli. It has also been pointed out that under the attention economy, AI strongly influences the intuitive and rapid mode of human thought linked to their survival instinct, that is, System 1, while suppressing the slow mode of thought associated with deliberation and reflection, that is, System 2. Needless to say, in this world of stimuli and reflexes, it is becoming increasingly difficult to critically examine claims of knowledge and evidence. Another factor complicating science is the development of generative AI. While generative AI also contains biases and hallucinations, it strings together plausible sounding words, causing people to accept its answers without hesitation and absorb them more and more readily. It is just like a delicious poison apple. It contains poison, yet it tastes good enough to eat. When individuals infected by this poison pass it on to others, the poison eventually spreads throughout society. Furthermore, when yet another AI learns from these toxic responses, a chain reaction of toxicity occurs. This systemic spread of toxicity may eventually lead to collective hallucination. According to a study published in the Harvard Business Review, the top users of generative AI last year and this year have been therapy and companionship. Until recently, generating ideas have been the top use, but lately people have begun seeking healing from generative AI. This too makes scientific communication difficult. If when humans seek from AI is healing or salvation, then evidence becomes irrelevant. Individuals are satisfied as long as they can find peace of mind within their personal emotional bond with the AI. One might even call this the ultimate filter bubble. While this may be common knowledge to you all, I would like to briefly review the process by which the modern era came into being. As is well known, modernization was a history of grappling with the non-scientific elements within religion and the church, with the scientific revolution sparked by Descartes, Galileo, and Newton. In other words, the modern era was in part established as a reaction against religion. Modernization was a process of disenchantment, using science to strip religion of its claims to absolute truth. In the realm of political philosophy as well, thinkers like Hobbes and Locke, who had studied the natural sciences, confronted the horrors of war, where blood was washed with blood, that is, religious wars, criticized clerical domination, and theorized the establishment of sovereign state independent of religion. Armed with the grounding in the natural sciences, they identified two key risks posed by religion. The risk that it could intrude upon the individual's mind and soul, invisibly manipulating their decision-making, and the risk that by presupposing its own infallibility, it would reject all other ideas. They believed that when these risks reached their peak, people would become fanatics, leading to the war of all against all. Therefore, they created sovereign states independent of the church and confined religious authority to the private sphere. Furthermore, modern constitutionalism established separation of church and state, which prohibits excessive ties between the state and the church as one of its key constitutional principles. This serves the purpose of preventing the state from endorsing or officially recognizing any specific church and of protecting the freedom of religious minorities. However, there is another important purpose, that is the goal of excluding unscientific faith from the public space and safeguarding rational or scientific communication within it. The principle of the separation of church and state is thus the manifestation of a strong determination that the public space must remain autonomous from religious unscientific influences. Looking back at the modern history and the history of modern constitutionalism in this way, it appears that today's information space is returning once again to an age of faith. In the attention economy, sensational narratives such as conspiracy theories spread widely. The echo chambers created by the attention economy foster a certain kind of faith through the illusory truth effect, where repeated exposure to a falsehood, even if it is a lie, leads people to mistake it for the truth. To QAnon adherents, the world is manipulated by the deep state. For them, this is an absolute truth. When they stormed the US Capitol on January 6, 2021, it was a holy war for them, a religious war. Anti-vaccine arguments are also an absolute truth for anti-vaccine advocates, and spreading those ideas is absolute justice. For them, the battle against their critics is likewise a holy war. The divisions emerging under the attention economy also have an aspect of religious war fueled by algorithms. Needless to say, this makes scientific communication difficult. Yanagisawa, a scholar of religious studies at Kansei Gakuin University, has pointed out the social media is causing a return to faith, and I don't think she's far off the mark. Furthermore, generative AI used as therapy is also beginning to take on religious significance. In medieval Christianity, believers would open their hearts to a priest in the church's cramped confessional and receive personalized guidance. Today, AI users open their hearts to the AI through prompts and receive personalized guidance from it. In this context, whether the AI's responses can withstand critical scrutiny is irrelevant. What matters is whether one can attain salvation. Okay, furthermore, as cognitive offloading becomes widespread, humans will no longer think for themselves. This too resembles the medieval Christian worldview, where the unquestioning acceptance of divine grace was emphasized. Of course, the relationship between divine grace and self-determination was a crucial theological issue, and this debate requires careful consideration. But it is certain that the intervention of a meta-entity such as God, namely grace, was emphasized. Furthermore, as AI becomes more advanced and artificial superintelligence emerges, it will become impossible for humans to critically verify the truth or fallacy of its AI judgments. Given this, one might even say that AI is, in essence, non-scientific. As described above, due to the expansion of the attention economy and the development of AI, we may once again be entering an age of faith or an age of non-science, of course, this offers a form of salvation in that it allows us to avoid the pain of confronting reality and enables an escape from reality inspired by Erich Fromm's escape from freedom. Immersing ourselves in the attention economy triggers the release of dopamine, providing temporary happiness. However, we know from history that when individual beliefs or absolute truths are brought into the public space, people end up fighting and killing one another. That is why modern constitutions premised on the fallibility of beliefs have adopted democratic political systems that allow for free and open, rational and scientific communication regarding what is truth and acknowledge the possibility of revising beliefs. As mentioned earlier, this manifests as the separation of church and state, a bicameral legislature serving as the seat of reason, a system of constitutional review, judicial review, freedom of conscience, academic freedom, and freedom of expression. The problem is that even these constitutional institutions are now being pushed into a disadvantageous position by the rise of the attention economy and generative AI. So, what should we do? I'd like to suggest a few possible directions. First, we must stop viewing giant tech companies as mere private enterprises and instead regard them as global political powers. On the final day of the recent G7 summit in Evian, France, CEOs of big tech companies attended and had a working lunch with world leaders. Tech companies have now attained political power on par with major sovereign states. Through the algorithms they have designed, they are exercising a significant influence on our minds, invisibly yet undeniably. Michael Foucault once referred to the power of a Hebrew shepherd guiding his flock as pastoral power, and subjected it to criticism. The power of big tech can be described as an example of this pastoral power, shepherd power. If that is the case, I believe we need constitutional mechanisms to ensure thorough transparency regarding the handling of data, the source of their power, and the design philosophy behind their algorithms, as well as to democratically monitor their operations. This might curb the runaway growth of the attention economy and correct the biases of generative AI. Furthermore, if the state and big tech form an alliance with the state using their algorithms, big tech's algorithms to guide and manipulate public opinion, and big tech growing even larger with the backing support of the state. This could give rise to an uncontrollable superpower. If that happens, a modern-day version of separation of church and state may be necessary to regulate the relationship between state power and big tech power. Constitutions must regulate not only the alliance between state power and religious power, but also the alliance between state power and big tech power. In any case, in the AI era, the role of the constitution should not be limited solely to the regulation of state power. The constitution must also play a certain role in regulating the power of big tech and the relationship between the state and big tech. In other words, a constitution for technology, the CFT, will be necessary. Second, we must update the modern concept of the autonomous individual, just as the scientific revolution of the mid-16th to 17th centuries influenced the political philosophy of Hobbes, Kant, and others. The Constitution cannot remain completely autonomous from paradigm shifts in the natural science. While it is said that constitutional law has been based on the concept of the autonomous individual, recent advances in cognitive science, such as neuroscience, have revealed that humans are highly vulnerable to their external informational environment. Fields such as behavioral economics are based on the premise of such human vulnerability and cognitive biases. Given this, it seems fair to say that due to the revolutionary achievements of the natural science in recent years, the image of the autonomous individual is also undergoing a process of disenchantment. If so, constitutional law should perhaps not take the autonomous individual as a given premise, but rather consider this concept as a goal to be achieved through institutional support and nudges. This image of humanity, which might be called autonomous individual 2.0, can also be rephrased as an individual possessing the strength to accept their own weakness. In other words, it refers to a being who, while constantly exposed to and influenced by external stimuli, is a vulnerable entity, yet by accepting that vulnerability, actively seeks nudge-style support, and even while laughing at their own weakness, strives to achieve a life of agency within the web of information technology. Based on this conception of humanity, nudge-like elements become necessary even for the realization of right to know. For example, the Supreme Court has described right to know as the freedom to actively consume a variety of information. However, in the attention economy, information that strongly stimulates users' cognitive processes tailored to their attributes is recommended one after another, making it increasingly difficult to actively consume a variety of information. If we emphasize the image of the autonomous individual, traditionally, one might still argue that individuals must exercise their reason to discipline themselves and actively step outside the environment in order to access diverse information. However, under the concept of autonomous individual 2.0, we would likely conclude that individuals require a certain level of support to break free from this stimulus-saturated information environment and exercise their right to know, and that a legal framework is needed to facilitate such support. For example, in the United Kingdom, a prominence policy has been introduced requiring the trustworthy information be displayed prominently on social media. Furthermore, in the EU and in California, US, and it is mandatory to label AI-generated content in a way that allows users to understand that it is AI-generated. In terms of supporting users' rational choices regarding information consumption, these policies resemble consumer policies related to food. For example, food labeling laws require food businesses to provide information such as who produced the food, where it was produced, whether additives are used, and the calorie content to support consumers' rational choices regarding food. I believe similar policies will be necessary for information consumption behavior in the future. We should attach metadata such as who created the information, where it was created, and whether AI was used to support users' rational and autonomous choices regarding information consumption. Furthermore, for these legal and policy measures to function effectively, it is crucial to strategically raise awareness about the importance of consuming a balanced variety of information, including reliable sources, rather than consuming only sensational and addictive content. I am currently collaborating with Professor Tori Umi, a computational social scientist at the University of Tokyo, and others on the project aimed at realizing the concept of informational health. Informational health refers to a state in which individuals can pursue their own happiness by avoiding an unbalanced diet of specific information and instead consuming a balanced variety of information by not over-indulging in recommended content, but verifying its safety and reliability before consuming it, and by building immunity against misinformation. This information has always existed, but because people also had access to a fair amount of reliable information, they were able to consume it with a sense of humor. An approach that seeks to eliminate and remove junk and harmful information is highly likely to unduly restrict freedom of expression and raises constitutional concerns. The presence of junk information is, in fact, a sign of healthy information ecosystem. What is important is to develop the immunity to laugh off and brush aside such information. Recently, Professor Linden, a psychologist at the University of Cambridge, has proposed an immunity theory to counter misinformation, and this concept is fundamentally aligned with informational health. Furthermore, by introducing the concept of health into this discussion of information environment, I believe everyone will begin to think about how they consume information as a personal matter without it coming across as didactic lecture. Of course, the concept of health is one that requires sufficient caution from a constitutional law perspective, just as Nazi Germany abused the concept of health and linked it to eugenics and totalitarianism. However, if the information space becomes even more chaotic than it is now, and individuals begin to clash with one another over their respective beliefs, these conflicts will eventually spill over into the real world. In such a situation, top-down enlightenment will not work. I believe what is crucial is a combination of recreating constitutional institutions, fighting against the business model of the attention economy, and fostering strategic literacy that enables people to internalize the challenges of today's information space as their own personal concerns. That concludes my remarks. Thank you very much for your attention. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor Yamamoto. So we have now reached the scheduled time here. So we will take questions during the panel discussion. Thank you once again for interesting talk. So next, we welcome our last speaker, Professor Muto Kaori, Professor Department of Public Policy, Human Genome Center, the Institute of Medical Science, the University of Tokyo, Team Director, Riken Center for Integrative Medical Sciences Laboratory for Biomedical Ethics and Code Design. So, Professor Muto, the floor is yours.
Hi, thank you very much. I'm very honored to have been invited to this international symposium. But I like to talk about the COVID-19 experiences. So that means that before all of us have been poisoned by delicious apples. And my background is originally medical sociology and have been interested in ethical, legal, and social issues of research involving human participants. The concept of patient, public, and community involvement or engagement, I call this PPCIE because it is different to call this kind of ideas in country to country. So the comprehensive concept is PPCIE. And then this concept has been broadly common since 2010, almost a decade before COVID-19 pandemic. And today I'd like to share my thoughts about PPCIE with you. And I want to reflect my experiences as an expert advisor to the Japanese government during the COVID-19 pandemic. And I have no financial conflicts of interest to declare, but however, as academic conflicts of interest, I would like to disclose that I served as an advisor to the Japanese government and the Tokyo metropolitan government during the COVID-19 pandemic. And I am engaged in commissioned work funded by government-related research funding agencies from the standpoint of promoting PPCIE. So this is a picture from the Yomiuri newspaper. This is one of the major newspapers in Japan. And Japan's COVID-19 response lasted from January 2020 to May 2023. And in Japan, the reclassification of COVID-19 to a class 5 infectious disease marked a major shift from a response centered on government requests and interventions to one based more on individual judgment and integration into routine healthcare. And compared with many European countries, such as United Kingdom, Denmark, Italy, France, which had lifted major restrictions or emergency frameworks in early to mid-2022. Japan's transition came relatively late. And at the same time, this timing shouldn't be overstated because it was almost the same with the WHO's decision to end the public health emergency of international concern and with the end of the federal public health emergency in the United States, while some countries, including South Korea and New Zealand, completed parts of their institutional transition at around the same time or later. And I would like to briefly outline some distinctive features of Japan's response against COVID-19. First, from the outset, the goal of the response was to minimize the number of severe cases and deaths. Japan did not pursue a so-called zero COVID strategy, nor did it aim to achieve herd immunity. And this goal was proposed at the very beginning of the response by infectious disease experts who had long been involved in pandemic responses in various countries around the world, and it was accepted by the government. According to OECD comparison for 2020 to 2022, Japan was among the countries with the lowest reported COVID-19 death rates. However, the number of severe cases is more difficult to compare directly across countries because definitions of severity, ICU admission practices, and use of mechanical ventilation, hospitalization criteria, and reporting systems differed substantially. And the second distinctive feature is that Japan had not experienced any serious pandemic like MERS or SARS, unlike some other Asian countries since the 2000s. And this was therefore almost its first full-scale experience of pandemic. And there is no established system for drawing on lessons from previous pandemic responses. And in the early phase in particular, Japan struggled with the absence of emergency centralized testing system. And there were only a limited number of medical institutions capable of accepting large number of patients while maintaining adequate infection control. And Japan activated for the first time a legal framework for pandemic influenza countermeasures that had been prepared about a decade earlier as a precaution. And even today, Japan does not have legally enforceable stay-at-home orders. During periods of infectious spread, the government often requested restrictions on mass gathering, dining with others, and travel, among other activities. And legally, however, these measures remained requests for cooperation. And nevertheless, many people cooperated not only with basic infection prevention measures, such as wearing masks or hand washing, but also with restrictions on their daily activities. And such cooperation was sometimes described as a social pressure or mutual pleasure, and excessive mutual surveillance came under criticism. And healthcare workers, infected individuals, and those suspected of being infected, and those responsible for places where clusters of infections had occurred were harshly criticized by the mass media and the public, and subjected to severe attacks by the members of their communities. And some had their privacy exposed, were no longer able to live in their original local communities, or even lost their lives by themselves. So one of the issues I focused on most as an advisor to the government was legal revision, aimed at establishing measures to prevent discrimination against infected individuals. And even after the virus had shifted to the Omicron variant, which was more transmissible but generally considered less likely to cause severe disease, Japan continued to maintain border control measures. And as the economy weakened, and many business associations and economic organizations strongly urged the government to end the measures, doubts emerged as to whether the measures remained effective enough to justify demanding such extensive cooperation from the public. And during this period, economists approaching the issue from perspectives different from those of infectious disease epidemiologists presented a large amount of data and analysis leading to intense debate. And at the same time, death among the older people increased sharply, and older people who had been isolated became physically weakened and found it difficult to return their previous lives. This problem remains unsolved even today. So whether or not to ease public health measures ultimately had to depend on political judgment, not by scientists' decision. And however, under the banner of promoting evidence-based policy making, the government made some rather puzzling requests to experts. For example, we want children to sing a school song at the graduation ceremony, but how many verses should they be allowing to sing? We want children in nursery schools to wear masks, but is it dangerous for 3-year-olds to do so? And experts were asked to immediately provide evidence in response to these kinds of sudden questions. Yet no one had conducted studies that directly examined such specific situations and their associated risks. And when experts said that they could not provide evidence, the government did not move forward with easing the measures, while experts were criticized by society for obstructing relaxation of the measures. And as Professor Kasuya mentioned this morning, this is one of the examples of excessive expectation towards EBPM. And in practice, the Japanese government appears to have proceeded by alternately listening to voices from the medical and public health sectors and voices from economic organizations. And however, because the advisors who appeared publicly on the government side were almost exclusively experts in medicine and public health, it is highly likely that from the public's perspective or gender perspective, the response may have appeared to be unjustified form of expert domination. And much of humanities and social sciences had traditionally understood its role as examining and critically reflecting on events after they have occurred. I therefore wonder the humanities and social science are really expected by politics or by the natural sciences to contribute to a situation that must be addressed in real time by tomorrow or in an hour or in a few hours or by this weekend, and that kind of demanding questions. And even when there is little or no established evidence. And I sometimes join the WHO meetings for bioethical meetings. And when I attended the meeting, many scholars from humanities and social sciences who were serving expert advisor like me described the difficulties they had faced. And these included the loneliness and isolation that resulted from a tokenistic inclusion, where they were invited mainly to make expert advisory board appear more balanced or diverse, and the limitations of having to respond to everything alone, because there was little recognition that the humanities and social science also need dedicated research team during crisis, and tensions with experts in medicine or public health, or tensions with government. And information asymmetry in which important information was not shared with us. And I also wonder whether scholars in humanities and social science themselves recognize such a role. There were problems on the side of our disciplines. And these included the tendency to regard the pandemic as a matter for medicine and public health, and therefore as something outside their own concern, as well as tendency to look down on close engagement with government and policy making. And when can we consider to promote, what can we consider to promote trust towards science? Let me talk about the perspectives from patients and the public. And the two major international ethical guidelines for biomedicine that researchers take people's priorities and values into account when considering the aims, design, conduct, and dissemination of research. The SHIMS guidelines, powered by the WHO, use the term community engagement, and particularly in the context of broadening research ethics guidance to include health-related, epidemiological, and public health research. And they identify potential participants in the communities as those who should be engaged and call for their early and sustained involvement throughout the research process. And in addition, paragraph 6 of the Declaration of Helsinki, revised by the World Medical Association in October 2024, added a statement on the need of meaningful engagement with potential and enrolled participants and their communities. The key point that the Declaration of Helsinki now clearly identifies research participants themselves as among those who should be engaged. And this means that where appropriate, efforts should be made to learn the views of participants, research participants involved in long-term epidemiological studies, data repository, biobanks, or clinical trials. And PPCIE has increasingly been introduced into medicine and public health. The concept of PPCIE resonates with the slogan, "Nothing about us without us," which emerged from the disability rights movement, and as well as with the promotion of responsible research and innovation in science and technology policy. And it is also connected to broader movements and agendas, including sustainable development goals and calls for diversity, equity, and inclusion arising from women's gender movements. And also, these have different origins and trajectories. And so what is particularly important is involvement from the stage at which research priorities are determined. And researchers are now expected to work with patients and the public throughout the research cycle, from setting priorities to conducting the research, presenting its findings, and connecting those findings to the next cycle of research. And in Japan, PPCIE had been making modest and voluntary progress, but during COVID-19, it was swept aside almost entirely. And there was no organized effort to listen to the experiences of patients whose experiences are extremely limited and valuable at the time, or to draw on their perspectives to generate ideas for treatment and care under the harsh social criticism to them in the first year. However, precisely because science in a crisis at stake, it is important to secure systems for listening to the views of patients and the public, not only on risk communication, connecting public health interventions, but also on direction of the research and development. For example, in the United Kingdom, public involvement were considered in the ethics reviews for process of COVID-19 human challenge studies, in which research participants were deliberately exposed to SARS-CoV-2 virus under controlled conditions. I believe that such involvement can contribute to today's theme, trust in science. And this is particularly important in the development of therapeutics and vaccines. And this graph shows the results of questionnaire survey that we conducted among members of the general public in Japan. And many respondents said that when clinical trials are conducted, they would like researchers to listen to the voices of patients and public. They also thought that PPCIE would be desirable not only in informed consent, but also in decision when often regarded as highly specialized, such as whether to suspend or terminate research and development. However, when people are asked whether they themselves would actually be willing to contribute and collaborate with the researchers, the percentage decreases. And in recent years, people's sense of self-efficacy towards PPCIE to have declined slightly. And even though I think we need to find hope in the fact that many people are still willing to be involved in research and development, that means a collaboration with a scientist. So to respond the rapid medical innovation, this is a final slide, to respond the rapid medical innovation with a public trust, even in the public health emergency, it is necessary to promote PPCIE in a way that integrates research and care. And it is also necessary to foster readiness for PPCIE in as many people as possible to maintain diversity. And it will be necessary to establish evaluation methods to determine whether PPCIE initiatives can be considered meaningful partnerships. Another theme today was AI. And suppose we assign generative AI various roles representing different types of people and ask it for advice instead of doing PPCIE. And this may be helpful, but it cannot be called genuine and collaboration with patients and the public. There are also findings suggesting that the responses generated by AI tend to be biased toward average or typical personas. And in the next pandemic, I believe it will be inevitable that unscientific discourse will become even more widespread, amplified by AI algorithm that Professor Yamamoto described as delicious poison apples. And even so, the importance of dialogue will not change, I believe. And those who are in socially and economically vulnerable situations, and those who may be most susceptible to anti-science discourse, are precisely the people who should be included. And scientists often try to educate people or correct their views immediately, but that is not what is needed. And even communication requires time and effort. I believe that gaining unexpected insights and suggestions from people outside the expert community and creating science together with them can also lead to the co-creation of trust. And Dr. Sin said that science is a public good only when shared equitably. And I agree with her statement and would like to add not only when shared equitably, but also when created together. Thank you very much for your kind attention.
Thank you, Professor Muto, for your presentation. So here, we would like to take a few questions. Okay, you still have 5 minutes.
I want to save time for the total discussion.
Okay. So if there is a question from the floor, please raise your hand. Okay, 粕谷先生。マイクロフォンお願いします。
Right. Well, thank you so much for an excellent presentation, and it was very insightful. My question is about politicians or government's use of experts in selective manner. And so you said the experts were consulted on issues that government wanted to know immediately, quickly, and so forth. But I'm wondering what are the types of issues they did not consult? You can observe the medical policies that became public, but you were not consulted during pandemic. And I would like to know how, government had used their power to be selective. Thank you.
May I answer in Japanese? ご質問ありがとうございます。はい、おっしゃる通り、私たちというかその専門家のアドバイザーに、聞きたい内容と聞きたくない内容っていうのはかなりはっきりしていて、で、聞きたくない、お前たちの意見はいらないと言われていた代表が、東京オリンピックの開催に関することだと理解しています。で、あれについては、全く相談がなかったということがありました。それから、ある種の旅行や飲食を応援するような政策を取った時にも、全く相談がなかったので、政府としてこれはやると決めているものについては全く相談はしないけれども、自分たちのディシジョンだけで人々が納得しないんじゃないか、あるいは説明できないということについては、専門家のご意見を聞きながらっていうふうに、説明されていたと理解しています。お答えになっていますでしょうか。
Any other question? ありますか？ない。May I have one short question? I remember Abenomics. Okay? So is it based on the scientific advice?
No.
No.
And also school closure is also an issue that we didn't never requested or recommended to the school closure.
Thank you very much. So we are running out of time and we are 10 minutes behind the schedule. Therefore, thank you very much, Professor Muto. Welcome back, everyone. I hope you had a refreshing break. Before we begin our panel discussion, I would first like to welcome two additional panelists who are joining us for this session. Professor Haruka Sakamoto, who will help us frame our discussion on public health, and also Professor Takashi Kamihigashi, who will introduce the key issues related to artificial intelligence. Thank you both for joining us. And in this panel discussion, I like to switch the language from English to Japanese from time to time, okay? Because, for me, I'm a mechanical engineer. It's very difficult to understand, today's topic. Sorry in advance. Okay, now we have a panel representing the public health, artificial intelligence, ethics, political science, international health, and science policy. I believe this diversity of expertise will enable us to have a rich and constructive discussion. So we would like to start with the first theme, public health. To help us frame the discussion, I would like to invite Professor Haruka Sakamoto. Professor Sakamoto, the floor is yours. Okay.
はい、 Hi, everyone. Thank you very much for giving me the floor today. First, I'd like to explain about the trust in science and the health of the public health. I would like to offer one framing, and I will draw one of the example as on COVID-19. I think Dr. Muto already explained overview of the what countermeasures are conducted in during the COVID-19 in Japan. But I also would like to some example before the discussion start. So first of all, I think when we discuss about the trust in science in the public health field, some people may image the anti-vaccine movement, maybe. But of course, this was very important public health issues, but the pandemic was not the moment that questions about science vaccines first arose. Vaccine hesitancy was already a recognized global issue well before the COVID-19 pandemic. So in 2019, already, the year before the pandemic, the World Health Organization listed vaccine hesitancy among the 10 leading challenges to the global health. But its character was different. Before the COVID-19, it concentrated mainly childhood immunization, and the decisions rested with a fairly specific group, parents, and then very often mothers. But the pandemic changed the scale of this entirely. Vaccination of the whole population meant that every adult, not only parents, was suddenly faced with the decision. Questions and concerns spread across all generations, and they became intertwined with a far wider flow of information and with public debate of a kind that had not surrounded vaccines before. So the pandemic did not create these questions. It expanded them and brought them into the mainstream of the public health. Next slide, please. My second point is that if we understand this only as a question about vaccines, we will draw too narrow a lesson. The deeper test during the pandemic was how to communicate science that was genuinely uncertain and still developing. Our understanding evolved considerably during the pandemic on route of transmission, on masking, on asymptomatic spread, on what the vaccines could and could not be expected to do. This creates a genuine and, I would say, unresolved challenges for us as scientists. Updating our guidance as the evidence improves is not a weakness of science. It is precisely how science works. Yet an update, arriving in the middle of a crisis, can be difficult to interpret from the outside. People were being asked to make decisions in real time, with real consequences for their families, and it is entirely understandable that shifting advice was hard to act on. The difficulty here is not a failing in the public. It is a communication problem that we had not adequately prepared for. But still, I would add one observation that I found genuinely encouraging. Even in settings where surveyed confidence in vaccine was low, uptake was often high, where trusted clinicians, local institutions, and community norms supported people in making the decisions. Trust, in other words, is relational and institutional. It is carried by the people and by everyday relationships, and it is not something secured by information alone. This is why I would suggest that talk of the general loss of the public trust is too broad. What we call trust in science is not a single thing, and during the pandemic, its different components moved in the different directions. Let me set out in the next slide. Next slide, please. So let me offer a framing. From the public health perspective, what we call trust in science actually bring together at least four quite different things, four or more, maybe more. First, trust in the findings itself, in the soundness of the science itself. Second, trust in the expert and the scientists and the clinicians who interpret and explain it. And the third, trust in the institutions and the governments and the agencies that translate science into the actual policies, rules, norms, and recommendations. And fourth, trust in the messengers closest to you, your own doctor, your own community, the people around you. These layers are not the same thing, and they need not move together. Think of someone unconvinced by the national guidance who nonetheless accept the vaccines because their long-standing doctor recommended it. A single scale of high or low trust in science cannot capture that person. And one further point, when we explain a policy by saying we are following the science, we bind the science and the policy judgment together, as sometimes seen during the COVID-19. For anyone who disagrees with the policy, objecting to it and objecting to the science become hard to tell apart. Disagreeing with the measures is not the same as rejecting the evidence behind it, but the way we explain ourselves can erase that distinction. So, my key conclusion to opening this discussion is a fairly modest one, to ask that we keep these layers distinct. As we turn to whether AI can strengthen trust in the science and to how evidence and social values should meet in the policy making, I would suggest that the first question is always trust in the which layer, that I think it is where constructive conversation can begin. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Professor Sakamoto. She has just provided an excellent overview of this topic. So let me begin with our first key questions. I listed the key questions. So, but maybe because of time, so we cannot cover all questions during the panel discussion. In that case, I'll skip the questions. Okay. So the first one is public health, and the second line, what have we learned from public health emergencies? Like in a morning session, so Dr. Singh provided the experience about the Indian Ocean tsunami, and also we in Japan. So COVID-19 was a big issue, in this panel discussion. So what we learned. Then, so first, I'd like to ask Professor Kolsten, okay, about this question. Do you have any comment? It's a very difficult, maybe.
Yes, thank you very much. I would like to, first of all, thank our speaker for the introduction. It was very important. The slides were very important. Trust in science is a collective. And I really like the way you phrased it towards the end. So I'm going to answer that question, but I want to just highlight one thing. At the time of COVID, the science community, we are a collective and we do often speak with one voice, but we also have academic freedom. So there was scientists who did not agree. There was also in the beginning a period when some scientists knew and the information was not released. And there was a period of, call it darkness, science darkness, when whatever happened between WHO and China was not released into the general. So that was sort of the background where we started. And I think it's an important point because in South Africa, as an example, Africa was not really affected as much with this public health emergency because we do not have the level of mobility. We don't have the connectiveness, the roads, the airports. So we didn't see the same kind of spread as you saw in Europe, Italy, for instance, etc. Even though we didn't have access to the vaccines, even though we have more vulnerable and unequal society. But to me, and we didn't have cold chain, we often didn't get the vaccines. If it was obsolete. So we had many challenges. And yet it didn't impact on us so much. But that's not the only example. So the tsunami was very important. But in Africa, we often have floods, like recently Mozambique floods. And with all of these floods, the preparedness from government is amazing. We have people, the military usually, that goes in and save the lives of people. But then we have cholera coming through and we just don't have the capacity or capability to deal with it. So its preparedness is not a static state. And that's what I really want to say. It's a continuous process. And governments do take a responsibility. The science community takes a responsibility. I always say, look at how the World Food Program deal with big disasters. And it's like having a fire station. It costs you money, but if you do have a fire, you do need them.
Thank you very much. So maybe the situation changes from country to country. But yeah, you said the flooding is the big issue in your country. But you have many experiences how to, cope with tackle with but in a COVID-19 case, in the Japanese, it's the first experience, as Professor Muto and Professor Sakamoto said. Okay, so do you have any, Muto Sensei, do you have any comments on this?
Can I just then maybe add one thing? So what happened in our case in South Africa, our government had a hard lockdown, which was very different from a lot of the other African countries. So we found quite a lot of variation. In South Africa, we totally banned all smoking and all drinking overnight, which was unscientific. It was unjustified. And we do believe that there was political motives around that. Because illegal trade in cigarettes just exploded and in alcohol. So that was one unscientific decision that really damaged the image of the way our government handled it. It was handled very differently in each other African country. Some had very hard lockdowns, which was unreasonable and led to hunger and people not getting access to food. So we didn't see a uniform policy throughout the continent.
Okay, thank you. Muto Sensei, do you have any comment on the first question?
はい、日本語で
どうぞ。
答えます。私は2つ挙げたいと思います。一つは、私たちは嫌なことを忘れたがるというバイアスが、強力に働いているということ。もう特になんでしょう。日本はみんな忘れてる気がします。で、ヨーロッパではいくつかの国で、記念日というか追悼の日を持っていて、その日は亡くなった方のことをみんなで思う日というふうな設定があって、どれぐらいその市民の人たちに響いているかわかりませんが、少なくともニュースでは取り上げられているし、みんなで亡くなった人を思ってメッセージを書いたりしていますが、日本の場合は COVID-19 が思い出される日というと、だいたい5月8日付近が多くて、それは対策が緩和された日で、なので対策が緩和された日に思い出すと、いや、あの時は大変だったよねっていう話で、あんなくだらないことなんでやってたんだろうねと言って終わってしまうんではないかということで、忘れやすいということを学んだというのが1点目です。2点目は、この学際的に多くの学問分野の協力がとても必要な対策だったと思いますけれども、学問上の規範が結構違って、そこでの対立によって科学者間の、言い争いとか、あるいは医師の間でもワクチンをめぐる考えが違ったりして、そういうものをそのまま国民に届けてしまった、市民に見せてしたということを。で、それは、いろいろある選択肢や考え方から皆さんが選んでいいんですよっていうこととして、果たして本当に良かったかどうかというのは今でもまだ悩んでいます。で、例えば、リスク評価、リスク管理、リスクコミュニケーションという大きな3つの分類の中で、科学者はリスク評価をするけれども、リスク管理をするのは政治の仕事であるという整理がよく多くの自然科学ではあると思いますけれども、公衆衛生学の人たちは人々を健康にしてなんぼっていうところまでが学問のディシプリンとして含まれているので、リスク管理までが やらないと無責任だと感じてしまう学問もあります。あと、私は社会学の出身なので、やっぱりどうしても脆弱な立場の人たちが気の毒になると、やっぱり運動したくなるっていうのもあって、それも、科学者の仕事ですかと言われるとよくわからないところがあります。で、そういうそれぞれの学問が大事にしている規範が必ずしも合わないときにどう調整したらよかったのかなっていうところは、学んだっていうよりも課題なんですが、次どうしたらいいかっていうのはまだ結論は出ていないです。はい、以上です。
それは最後の質問の将来に生かすべき教訓は何かにと関連してるんですよね。
すいません、進行の妨げになってしまって。
そうするとスキップできますから。
ありがとうございます。
はい、坂本先生。
Just let me clarify. We are talking about the first question, like uncertainty things. Okay. Yes. So I think the one important point is that whenever we're talking to the public or mass media or SNS, I think we need to clearly distinguish what is the uncertainty things and what is the conclusion. Because whenever we are talking to the public or healthcare authorities and the media, people are always asking what are the conclusion. So like I talking about the efficacy of the vaccination. So what is that really effective or not? People are always asking yes or no questions. But sometimes I cannot say it's kind of graduation between the 0% to the 100%. And then what was the conclusion, or this is still uncertainty? So I think whenever scientists or public health expert talking something, it clearly distinguishes what is this certainty and certain things, what are the still certain things. And then also not only the scientist communities, but also the general public or media. I think all those person should also have some kind of knowledge or literacy to accept the uncertainty. I think this is a very important lesson that we could learn from the COVID-19.
I think your answer is reflected the second question, right? Okay.
No, I'm talking uncertain things.
Thank you very much. No. Okay. Okay. So it's a very if there is any comments from other panelists, please say something.
I can maybe and then add about how do you communicate uncertainty. And I agree with you about uncertainty is not a failure of science. And therefore scientists need to be very explicit. And when we communicate, and particularly if it's with decision makers, so that risk communication process, whether it's scientists doing the communication or government, and as you say, we do the risk assessments and contribute in that context. But we need to give people that range of probabilities, and we need to frame that uncertainty with the facts that we have at that time. Going back to the smoking and making a statement that smoking is directly linked to COVID, that was a kind of scientific justification that was lacking at the time when it was made. So I think it's a very important point. I want to also use the example insurance companies as how they communicate uncertainty. And even medical aid. Usually insurance companies will give us a warning on a cell phone. There's going to be hail at a certain time. Move your car and park it safely. It's a certain level of uncertainty, so you can decide then to respond. So I think that addresses or just contribute towards the communication of uncertainty, the second question.
So the scientists must say the uncertainty honestly, you mean? Okay. Thank you. Maybe so we finished until the second question, right? So then I move on to the third question. How can public trust be maintained during crisis? It's a little bit difficult questions. So, trust is very difficult to build and easy to lose. So, therefore, what is the most effective way to maintain public trust during the crisis? Again, Professor Sakamoto, do you have any comment?
Okay, I think there's 3 points. One is who are the messenger. The second is honesty, just as she just pointed out. And then to show the positive consequences. So the messenger is that I think even in the same fact, how that information is treated is completely different who to comment that message. So I think and then also that we need to set a target population, and then who could be the key messenger to those target populations. So I think who could be the messenger is one point, and then honesty. So we need to be honest, like what in that still uncertainty, and then show positive consequences. Because we try to show the risk of the vaccination or any kind of public health measures, but this is also important, but at the same time, it is also important what kind of positive consequences that could happen. So I think the messengers, honesty, and positive consequences.
Okay, thank you. Professor Colston.
Yeah, I think that consistency of message is very important for scientists. And therefore, having almost like having all the different scientists working in different aspects of if there's now an outbreak, and just get that consistency in the message that's going out to society, and then getting community engagement. And one can really bring in your community doctors, your NGOs, that there's no trust or mistrust building up in that communication channel between the science community and society. And then I think I call it radical transparency. I think people forgive you if you make a mistake, but they don't if you hide it. And I think, the minute you realize, well, the information available now shows that this and this, that's an open, honest discussion. And that to me is a very important point. And just speed and effective communication. So, over time, they showed statistics over time with the duration of the COVID, how people's opinion varied. And there was most probably fatigue as well, communication fatigue coming in over a while. And then people stopped trusting government and they didn't want to do what government said. So I think continuous, consistent communication, that's a very important point for a scientist and the whole science community and the collaboration with government.
Okay, thank you. Muto Sensei, do you have any comment?
I don't think, 日本語で言います。私は科学単独では科学への信頼を守ることは難しいと思っています。で、それは、例えば科学者が、不確実性に対して正直に誠実に今はわからないんだとかいうことを言ったとしても、政治や行政がそのメッセージに満足しないからです。で、その時にシンプルな答えを要求されると科学者はちょっと大げさな回答をしなければならないということになって、そうすると一見ワンボイスに見えてとても調和しているように見えるんだけど、本当の科学者の言いたいことはそれじゃないっていうことがあるわけですね。なので、もちろん政治と科学が同じ方向を向いてワンボイスになれる時もあるけれども、それだけじゃなくて政治と噛み合わない時でも科学者が科学者として伝えられる回路があって、そこが信頼されるようにするには、どうしたらいいのかなっていうことは、考えます。多分、どこの国でもそんなにうまくいかなかったと思ってるんですけども。はい。
ありがとうございました。Thank you. So, before moving to our next topic, let me introduce one of the advanced questions. So it asks whether science should always be regarded as a public good. He is doubting the science as a public good. Given that science and technology have also produced serious negative consequences, this question naturally leads us to ask what lessons should we carry forward? Okay, So, the last question, okay. Do anybody? Sakamoto Sensei.
Okay, so I think maybe Dr. Mito already mentioned, but maybe we try not to forget the pandemic, because when we're talking about public health emergencies, we often say panic and neglect cycle. Whenever something happens, everyone faces panic, and then everyone starting to debate. And then after that, everyone forget and neglect it. Started to neglect. So I think the important thing is that not only the health communication, but overall the preparedness, I think it is important not panic and neglect. So break the panic and neglect cycle.
Okay, so yeah, I'm a very positive person. Therefore, I have a positive lessons from the COVID-19, because during COVID-19, the online meeting became popular. Okay, so now we can communicate online anytime. So we learned how to use Zoom during the COVID-19. That is my positive thinking. Okay. Okay. Thank you very much for the the discussion about the public health. So because of the time is limited, we move on to the second topic, AI. So our discussion has touched several turning themes: trust, uncertainty, and transparency and responsibilities. Okay, these are same issues have becoming increasingly important in another rapidly evolving field, artificial intelligence. So to help us frame the discussion, I would like to invite Professor Takashi Kamihigashi. Okay, please start.
Thank you very much. I've been asked to give a presentation with a provocation, so let me provoke here. Very briefly, I'm an economist by training, and I spent the first part of my career proving mathematical theorems on asset bubbles and the stability of economic systems, etc. And in 2018, I established the Center for Computational Social Science at Kobe University, and I've been its director since then. And I am also editor-in-chief of 2 journals, so I'm on the receiving end of criticism too. And our guiding question today is how can we strengthen our trust in science so that it continues to serve the public good? Okay, I want to suggest that this may be a leading question. It rests on at least 3 premises, and each deserves scrutiny. First, should we strengthen trust in science at all? And second, has science actually served the public good? And third, did trust in science ever exist? I'm not claiming the answers are no, but we should ask as scientists. And to ask those questions, we need to know what science is. Wikipedia calls it a systematic discipline, and Google's AI calls it a systematic and logical approach. But science existed long before academic disciplines did, so I side with the approach. And the essence of that approach is doubt, I think. And do not trust a single observation. Do not trust anyone's word, including mine. And check the logic from many angles, test against experiments, and repeat. And much of what we regard as scientifically true today will eventually be overturned. This is the entire history of science. So here is the paradox. Trusting science contradicts scientific thinking. What can be trusted today is the approach itself, but only if it is not compromised by politics, economics, or convenience. And that is why the Scientific Council of Japan emphasizes its autonomy. Although I would add one more question: has science ever been truly autonomous? And notice that today's speakers already point in the same direction. Professor Kasuya, trust is built on honesty about uncertainty, not promises of certainty. Professor Kosten, safeguard autonomy while ensuring open scrutiny. Professor Yamamoto, critical scrutiny itself is under attack now. And Professor Muto, transparency and accountability through public involvement. The shared thread is this: protect the process of verification, the approach, not belief in results. So can AI strengthen trust in science? Maybe, by enabling doubt. AI puts near frontier knowledge into everyone's hands, a powerful second opinion. Citizens armed with AI can scrutinize what scientists and policymakers say. If we had ChatGPT during the COVID-19 pandemic, it would have been very different. And AI may find the bugs in science and in policy, and should all flaws disappear even when people can live with them? Now the risks. My analogy is nuclear technology. An arms race is underway. Strong AI provides strategic and military advantage. So strong states use it without restriction, while consumers and weaker nations, weaker states use it with restrictions. We saw this just happen last month. On June 12th, the US government issued an export control directive suspending access to Anthropic's most advanced models, Fable 5 and Mythos 5, by any foreign national. The models went offline worldwide until June 30th. Meanwhile, China promotes open-weight models, DeepSeek, Qwen, Wan, etc., rivaling commercial ones. Historically, the US built a data economic sphere through markets and democracy. Is China building an AI sphere through open source? AI is no longer just a convenient assistant. It is treated as a strategic technology. The peaceful days of AI are over. Should AI be governed? How should AI be governed? Realistically, it will be governed by superpowers, just like nuclear technology is. It's already started. And there is a new kind of risk too. An AI agent can control a computer and other computers connected through a network and so on. The internet has always been like that. Computers controlling computers, but by fixed rules. AI agents are goal-based, and they do whatever they can do to achieve the goal. From my own personal experience, one day I asked an AI to fix minor bugs on some of my computers. It ended up changing all system settings and eventually made them non-functional. And I had to send them back to the manufacturers. So it made the problem bigger and bigger and worse. It never weighed the risk of breakage, the cost of downtime, or the time to recover. It does whatever it can to achieve the goal. It's usually successful, but sometimes it fails. And if it fails, it says just sorry. And the same thing could happen at scale. And finally, integrity and transparency within limits. Mathematically, AI is just a high-dimensional nonlinear function with billions of parameters or more, and most humans can only understand relations in 2 or 3 dimensions. Should we restrict AI to what humans can understand? So it was like a relationship between public policy and science that we discussed just a few minutes ago. On the other hand, AI's context windows are limited. The attention mechanism used by AI often misses critical points a careful human would never miss. By design, AI is only roughly correct, not 100% correct. Had we demanded perfection, it would never have developed this far. So my personal view is AI may be a new kind of species should AI's potential be constrained by human values. And that's something I wonder every day. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Professor Kamihigashi. I have a question about in your slide, you wrote, nuclear analogy. Okay. It's a, do you mean that the AI is similar to the nuclear weapon or nuclear accident?
Nuclear analogy.
Yeah, analogy.
Yeah. So what I mean is nuclear technology.
Nuclear technology has, weapon or
both. Both, of course.
It's in case of the Fukushima accident, it's a controllable, uncontrollable, issue. Okay. Both weapon and
AI can be uncontrollable. And
controllable.
It's uncontrollable already.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, so it can be used for good purposes or bad purposes. So AI is very similar to nuclear technology or any technology, actually.
Okay. So let's slide 変えてもらいます。元の。Okay. So let's start with the first question about the AI. How can AI strengthen, not undermine, trust in science? And also maybe, so next question, second question. What are the greatest opportunities and risks? これはちょっと山本先生から聞きたいんですけど、Sorry in Japanese。で、山本先生、恐ろしいビッグデータという本を、2019年でしたっけ、出版されて、非常に面白く読ませていただいたんですけど、当時からなんでアテンションエコノミーについてのリスクとかそういうのを書いておられたんですけど、ここ数年でかなり AI が進化して私はなんかついていけないぐらいなんですけどその7年前に執筆した当時と今とでなんか予想したことが何が違ってたことがありますかっていうのはちょっと知りたいなと思ったんですが。
はい、ありがとうございます。最初のこのスライドに書いてある、AI がもたらす最大の恩恵とリスクは何かというちょっとご質問と絡めて今の話に今のご質問にお答えさせていただければと思いますけれども、私はその AI の最大のその恩恵というのは個別化だというふうに思っています。個人のその属性とかその認知的な傾向というのを分析してそれに合った情報を個別に送ることができると。で、それによって私たちがそれぞれにカスタマイズされたサービスを受けることができる。これは一つ重要な恩恵かなと思っています。で、他方でこの同じその個別化というのがリスクにもなると。操作とか誘導ですよね。マニピュレーションとか誘導のリスクを持つということなのかなと思っています。AI がその個人のその脆弱性というものを詳細に分析できれば、その脆弱性というものを利用した個人の意思決定の操作とか誘導が可能になると。EU のその AI 法というのは、ご周知の通り、そのリスクベースアプローチをとっていますけれども、AI によるその潜在的な意識の操作というのは、禁止の対象になっているということかなと思っています。これがその恩恵とそのリスクのところであったということなんですけれども、今、高田先生からですね、数年前との違いについてご質問いただきました。で、私が恐ろしいビッグデータという新書、本を書いたのが出版したのが2017年ですので、9年ぐらい前ということなんですけれども、随分変わったなと、予想を超える動きがあるなというふうに思っています。で、それは今お話をした個別化の力、パーソナリゼーションの力というのが、あるいはそのユーザーを操作したり誘導する力が想像以上に強くなっているということだと思います。で、2010年代のその半ばぐらいからソーシャルメディアのリコメンダーのシステムに機械学習というのが本格的に導入されたというふうに言われていますけれども、それによってユーザーのエンゲージメントというのが 30% から 50% ぐらい増加したというふうに言われています。で、2010年代の中頃からですので、このアテンションエコノミーの課題というのが、非常に深刻なものになっていったということだろうと思います。当時、私は2017年に本を書いたときは、まだソーシャルメディアっていうのは、アラブの春が、なんていうか、記憶があったので、民主主義にとってポジティブな印象もまた同時に持ってましたけれど、どうもその2010年代半ばぐらいから状況が変わってきているというふうに思ってます。で、オーストラリアのあるその研究機関、国立科学機関の研究だと、そういうその脆弱性につけ込むようデザインされた AI が、約 70% の確率で人間を意図した選択に誘導できるというふうに、結果が、なんて調査結果が出ていたりとか、この結果を踏まえて、その研究者は AI が、人間とのこの相互作用を通じて人間の意思決定を誘導することを、学習することができるようになってきているというふうにも言われています。ですから私が想像した以上に、この個別化、あるいはその操作誘導の力が増している。これは実は生成 AI も同じで、圧倒的にこの9年前ですかね、違いは、やっぱり生成 AI がこれだけ広がったということになるわけですけれども、やっぱりこれによって主体的になんて言うんでしょうね、人間が 批判的に考えることというものを今やめつつあって、AI のその操作性というのがさらに高まっているという状況があるのかなと思っています。はい。
どうもありがとうございます。Thank you very much. Very interesting answer. Okay. So, yeah. 上東先生、何かコメントありますか？ Any comment from? 今の見方でもいいんですけど。
いや、もうどっちの言語で話すのか考えちゃって。すいません。日本語で話すと、経済学にですね、社会的な経済、一人のディクテーターがいて、全部をコントロールする経済と、あと自由市場によって達成される経済という2つの想定される設定があって、で、古典的な50年代、60年代は、どっちも一緒であるっていう結果だったんですね。それだから市場経済が完璧な形で機能すれば、一人の独裁者が完璧な形で投資するのと同じ形になると。それでもその後共産主義っていうのは崩れていくことになるわけですけれども、それやっぱなんでかっていうと、個人一人一人に対して最適な行動を指定するっていうのは基本的に無理なわけですよね。で、市場経済っていうのは価格メカニズムを通じてそれを達成することが、ある程度できていたと。で、それが先ほどの話にあるように、最近はですね、この一人一人に対して最適な行動を指示するということが生成 AI によって可能になってきたので、ですからこれまでは市場経済がベストなシステムだろうと思っていたのが、これからひょっとするとそれは変わってきてですね、一人一人に対してあなたこういう行動しなさいっていう、ディクテーター的な AI が現れると、社会構造が大きく、すでに変わりつつあると思うんですけれども、から Amazon 使ってても何使っててもですね、自分の欲しいものを買ってるのか、言われたものを買ってるのか、わからなくなってるので、だいぶそういう世界に近づいてるのかなというふうに感じました。
はい、ありがとうございます。Thank you very much. So these two answers related to the third question maybe. How should AI be governed? Can I ask a comment of 粕谷先生 or Chris? 粕谷先生。
はい、ご指名ありがとうございます。社会科学者の多分職業病なんですけど、コンセプトを聞くとこれは何だって考えちゃうんですよね。で、ここで出てきているガバナンス、あと次に出てくるインテグリティ、透明性、トランスパレンシー、これは一体何なんだろうっていうところから考え始めてしまうんですけれども、私のやってる分野にちょっと引きつけて、あと私最近 AI に関連した研究をやってまして、どういう研究をやってるかというと、中国のアリババ社が出しているクエンというLLM のモデルがあるんですけれども、そのモデルを、派生的に使って東南アジアの現地語で LLM を作るプロジェクトがありまして、CLLM、Southeast Asian LLM っていうものが出てるんですけれども、いろんなところでアメリカ製の LLM と中国製の LLM ではアウトプットが違うということはかなりいろんな研究者が見てるんですが、中国製の派生 LLM、デリバティブ LLM というのがどういうパフォーマンスをするのかというのはまだ分かっていなくて、それを今見ています。で、それは政治学の観点からどういう重要性を持っているかというと、これまでの議論の中で一つ出てきていなかった観点なのではないかと思いますが、AI をめぐる世界的な覇権を今アメリカと中国が争っている。で、いわゆるグローバルサウスにおいてどのような AI が使われていくかっていうことがこれから一つの大きな問題になってくると思います。で、ガバナンスの問題というのはこの観点からも捉えられる問題設定で、どういうふうに世界における AI の使用を考えるのかっていうことを念頭に置いたとすると、中国は先ほどニュークリアエナジー、ニュークリアテクノロジーと同じように何らかの形の国際機関が AIEA のような、機関がガバナンスに、乗り出すべきだというお話がありましたけれども、中国がそのようなことを AI に関してやるとはなかなか予想ができないかなと思います。そういう意味では、AI のマーケットシェアを、グローバルなマーケットシェアをどのように獲得するかという競争はかなり、国際ガバメント的な、いわゆる、国連のような、形で何らかの取りまとめ役が出てくるというのはちょっと考えにくい。EU レベルですとか、そういうレベルでは可能かもしれませんけれども、中国対その他という観点では非常に難しい状況に置かれているかと思います。で、もう一つガバナンスに関して、国内のガバナンスという観点で見ますと、中国におけるAI の会社は中国共産党によって非常にうまくというか、中国共産党にとって、適切な形でガバナンスが効いています。で、より大変なのは、困難を抱えているのは、いわゆる資本主義国の方で、マーケットの要請と、それから一般、市民あるいは有権者の要請をどういうふうにある程度の自由を保つ中で、ガバンしていくのかというのが重要な問題になってくるのかなというふうに思います。とりあえず
そうすると、中国の AI は信用できないと一言で言っていいんでしょうか。
これを中国の AI に関して次の質問のインテグリティと透明性の話もちょっとしたいんですけれども、ご存知の方も多いと思いますが、先ほど上東先生のお話にもありましたが、中国の AI は基本オープンウェイトと呼ばれるもので、ほとんどオープンソースに近い形でどのようなプログラミングになっているのかというのが分かりますので、実は透明性が非常に高い。それに対してアメリカの企業が開発している LLM というのが、今日もいろんな方がご指摘していましたけれども、ブラックボックスになっていて、この辺も、様々な観点からディスカッションができるかと思いますけれども、中国のAI が世界的に広がる非常に重要な点かと思います。
はい、ありがとう。この点では山本先生のConstitution for Technology っていうのが関連してくると思うんですけど、それは、誰がどうやって作るんですかね。
そうですね。いや、そこはとても難しいと思いますが、やっぱり重要なのは、アルゴリズムとか、AI というのが、ある種、権力性というものを持ってくることなのかなと思います。さっきちょっと個別化の話をしましたけれども、実は個別化よりも重要なのが、偽装された個別化という論点になるかと思います。実は今ちょっと議論がそこに関連していると思ったので、ちょっとそこに触れたいなと思ってるんですけど、これは私の同僚のですね、法哲学者の大谷先生が提起している問題で、カーナビゲーションが今ありますよね。で、カーナビゲーションっていうのは、カーナビのシステムっていうのは今はその車にとって最短のルートを教えてくれると。けれども AI 化が進んで高度にネットワーク化すると、その車にとって最短のルートではなくて、そのルートを辿ってしまうと渋滞が発生するような場合に、少し遠回りしたルートを教えることになるのではないかと。つまり、その道路全体の福祉にとって、最適なルートを教えるというようなことをおっしゃっています。で、大谷先生の指摘は、それがその人間に当てはまるんじゃないかと。つまりその人にとって最適なことを教えているようで、実はその全体最適とか社会構成というものにとって最大化、社会構成を最大化するための提案をですね、その AI がしてくるのではないかと。こういうことをおっしゃってた。で、これはプラットフォームも同じで、私たちにとって最適なことを 教えてくれているかのように見えて、まさに偽装された個別化ということですけど、そのプラットフォームの利益になることを我々に提案している可能性があると。こういう問題で我々の意思決定が操作されるということになるというふうに思います。ですから、ここをまさに粕谷先生、ガバナンスの言葉の多義性と申しますか、ご指摘されてましたけれども、ガバナンスしていくということが重要になってくるのかなというふうには思っています。EU ではご周知の通りデジタル立憲主義という考え方があって、憲法の基本的な考え方というのは、国家権力だけじゃなくて、ビッグテックにも適用しなければいけないとかですね。そういう意味ではビッグテックの透明性というものをいかに確保するのかということが重要な課題になってきてますし、先ほど議論しましたけれども、国家とビッグテックとの関係性、ここについてもしっかり透明化していく必要があるんじゃないかというふうに思っています。非常に難しい。国家がプラットフォームをしっかり統制しなきゃいけないけれども、その国家をちゃんと民主的に統制しなければいけないというですね、非常に複雑な関係性が今後課題な、一つ問題になっていく、どう作るかということが課題になってくるかなと思っています。
It's very difficult, Okay, thank you. 武藤先生、do you have any comment on?
いや、じゃあちょっと普通の市民的な意見を、学生さんとか、近しい人たちと話していると、もう AI 抜きの会話っていうのはなくて、基本的に何でも AI に一回聞いてみて、その情報をシェアしてくれるというパターンにだいぶコミュニケーションのパターンが変わってきていて、で、それ自体を、あまり疑問には思ってないし、なんていうか自分たちでハンドリングできているように思ってるような会話スタイルになっているなと思います。で、先ほどのそういう、AI がくれるアドバイスの背景にあるいろいろなガバナンスの考え方とかメカニズムというものが多分山本先生のお話にもあった、情報に関して自分たちがどれぐらい健康な状態にあるかとか、あるいは気づけているかっていうことの、あんまりリテラシーっていう言い方したくないんですが、そういうものにつながってると思うんですけど、多分今はみんなあんまりなんでしょうね。気持ちいいんで、スムーズに何かが決まってる気がするし、情報も得ている気がするし、数あるものから選択できているっていう自己効力感があるので、そこから脱するって相当難しいことなんじゃないかなと思います。で、はい。それは最近高齢の親とも、私じゃなくてまず AI に相談されたりしているところがあって、人と人との会話のスタイルとコミュニケーションのスタイルを完全に変えるということを、私たち自身がどう価値づけるのかっていうことも、コミュニケーションの観点からは考えた方がいいのかなと思っています。
その無条件に AI の言うことを受け入れるっていうのが、
無条件というより、それは自分として良い選択をした。良い消費、良い情報を得たというふうに考えて、自分では選択しているつもりになっているっていうところですかね。
それは山本先生が言われたオフローディングですかね。シンキングなんだ。
認知的オフローディングというよりも、それに近いかもしれませんが、よくさっきプレゼンテーションでもお話しましたけれども、システム1と呼ばれるような、私はちょっと越境審判になってしまいますけれども、そういう情動的な部分を刺激されていて、かつ例えばショート系動画っていうのは自分の指でスワイプして次の動画をめくっていく、その身体性がそこに入ることによってまさに自己決定しているような感覚で、やっぱりポチッとしたり要するに自己決定しているように見えて、実は他者決定になっているという、非常にそういう意味で今のサービス設計についても巧妙にデザインされている部分があるのかなと思います
ね。4番目の質問で、上東先生、How can integrity and transparency be ensured? 何かどうしたらいいと思いますか？
AI に関してですよね。さっきもお話したんですけど、AI にトランスペアレンシーを求めること自体がいいのかというのがあるので、それは先ほどの、どこの問題ですかね。科学の信頼を得るのかというときに、科学者が、政治家や 一般の方に説明するときに、もうはっきり分かるように答えてくれというような形で答えを求められるから正確な情報を伝えられないというのがあるのと一緒で、 AI に透明性を求めると人間が分かる言葉で無理して説明しようとするので、正確な情報が伝わってこない可能性があるので、なのでAI に人間の価値観を持ち込むのがどうなのかっていうのはさっきも言ったんですけど、ずっと毎日思ってるんですけれどもね。
そのトランスペアレンシーは期待できないので、要はどうやってAI から答えを引き出すかというときにアカウンタビリティは重要、要は説明できるということが重要になるっていう感じですか？それともまた私の言ってること。
アカウンタビリティも人間が理解できるとか納得できるということなので、人間には全く理解できないような真実っていうものが存在していた場合に受け止められなくなってしまうので、そういう今まで人間が理解できないものをどうやって受け止めるかというのに対して準備する必要があるんじゃないかと思いますけれども。
Professor Colston, do you have any comment on these questions about the AI? Any question is okay.
I just want to share with you a very interesting observation. We have noticed that the students, when they write reports, we can now see more or less 70% of them look exactly the same. So we know they're using the same AI. And so I think we're going to see more harmonization. I'm already seeing it in project proposals. We see increasingly if you put out a call for project, then the proposals look very similar. And so I think that loss of diversity, critical thinking, is most probably to me going to be the most concerning. I see it with students writing up their PhD, and you can see it's an AI written, or where you look for the student's character and his writing style and his culture coming out. So I think that and personal data is to me the big concern, that we lose access to that or the impact on that. But then there is also positive sides, and the personalization of health data, accelerated open science. And yes, the conflict between the black box and the open science, the data, AI data sources for us as scientists is going to be a strategic decision. Are we climbing into bed left or right? And that particularly for Africa.
So student send a report with a uniform answer, right? Okay, it's a very in Australia. So the government determined under 16 years old cannot use internet or some SNS or something like that. A similar regulation may be necessary for students. Is that right? Okay. So we have only 20 minutes for discussion, and we move on to the last topic. But before that, we also received an advanced question concerning it's related to that one. Scientific neutrality. It asks whether research may lose credibility when funding or publication increasingly follows particular narrative. It's a little bit different from this topic. But, this concern is equally relevant to AI. Okay. Anyway, so we move on to the last topic, public policy. The key question is, how should science and policy work together? This is very difficult question, and it's not easy to answer. Okay? But maybe in this area, the Kasuya sensei is an expert.
ありがとうございます。政治学的な分析を、 かなり大雑把な形でお話ししたいと思います。で、今の質問の形は、どのように共同すべきか、コラボレートトゥゲザーすべきかなんですけれども、政治学的に現状を、あるいはコンテクストを整理すると、政策というのは、日本のような民主主義国においては政治家が決めます。官僚が決める場合もありますが、重要な政策になればなるほど、選挙で選ばれた政治家が決めます。で、そこに対して科学、あるいは科学的な知見、ノレッジが存在していて、それを作るのが、プロデュースするのが科学者という位置づけになるわけですが、政策決定過程にそもそも政治家の方が決定力、権力を持っていて、それに対して科学者は知識を持っているという位置づけになります。で、それぞれインセンティブストラクチャーが全く違います。政治家は選挙で再選したい。科学者はいいジャーナルにパブリッシュをして、コミュニティの中で、特にリスペクトを得ることがおそらくインセンティブストラクチャーだと思います。このインセンティブストラクチャーはそれぞれのアクターで全く異なりますし、先ほど申し上げた政治家の方が権力を持っている立場ですので、政治家のインセンティブストラクチャーと科学者のインセンティブストラクチャーをどうコンパティブルに持っていけるか、あるいは科学の知見をどうやったら政治家のインセンティブに近づけていけるかということを考えることが重要だと思います。で、ここで出てくるのが民主主義国においては、政治家は有権者の言うことは、特に選挙の近くになってくると耳を傾けるというわけです。で、ここで科学者と政治家と、有権者、あるいは有権者と政治家をつなぐメディアという新しいアクターが出てきます。おそらくここでのどのように共同できるかということを考える際に重要になってくるのが、有権者とメディアがどのようにして政治家に科学の知見を聞くように持っていけるかということになるのかなというふうに思います。とりあえずここまで。はい。
はい、ありがとうございました。なかなか、very difficult question なんだけど。In case of the science for policy, it's a little bit difficult to, find a mutual solution with politicians. But in case of the policy for science, maybe in that case, the direction is the same. 武藤先生、どんなふうに思われます？
いや、すごい難しいお話だと思いますが、そうですね。なんか、あらかじ、まずは科学の側が、自分たちのエビデンスを、政策に役立てたいかどうかっていうところは、科学者がまだ決められる状況に今あります。私たちには学問の自由があって、距離感を政治権力との間で、取るということ自体がそもそも基本的な立ち位置として考えられているところがあり、なので、どのように共同すべきかという問いにまず佇んでしまう社会科学者もすごい多いだろうなっていうふうには思っています。で、私はどっちかっていうと、共同したい方の学者なので、あるいは、そうですね。なので、この問いを聞いたときに、やっぱり、先ほど、笠井先生もおっしゃったんですが、科学者は誰も選挙で選ばれていないので、もう趣味でやってきたようなもんじゃないですか。で、趣味でオタクっぽくなって詳しい知識を得て、誰かの役に立ったら嬉しいなぐらいの感じで、基本的には自分たちの知りたいことを探求するっていうことの方が、求められてるし、重視されてるところもあるので、自分たちの役割はやっぱり課題に評価したりしてはいけないんじゃないかってことをすごく思っているんです。なので、どういうふうに科学者自身が自分たちを自己規制しながら、でも政策に対して貢献するかっていうところに対して、もっと 意識を持つことは重要で、それが最後のその公共善っていう話にもつながっていくのかなというふうには思いました。はい。
はい、ありがとうございます。私の考えは、ちょっと、なんていうのかな。必ずしも共同しなくてもいいと思ってて、社会のニーズに合った研究テーマをやってる人がたまたまその時代が来た時に共同して、社会にいい答えを出すっていうのが、大事なので、我々はもう、自分の興味に基づいて、研究を続けて、いい研究をすればいいのではないかって、それぐらいの日本社会において、いろんな科学者がいるので、レパートリーはいっぱいあるはずなんですよね。だからそういうのを持ってることがやっぱ国の豊かさだと思いますので、そういうチャンスが来たら共同すればいいんじゃないかなというふうに考えるんですけども、坂本先生はどう思われますか？
おそらく多分分野にもよるのかなというお話も多少思いながら聞いていました。で、私のように医療とか、公衆衛生、コロナの時とかですと、やっぱり政策が科学のエビデンスにのっとるとうまくっていくのは、その医療的なアウトカムでうまくいく、命が救えるというアウトカムでいくとうまくいくのに、それがうまく政策として実現されないっていうジレンマを許容できるかっていうと、それは厳しいものがあるのかなと思います。で、例えば子宮頸がんのワクチンとかですと、そのエビデンスとしても十分にあり、日本以外では広く使われている。でもやっぱり政策が動かないっていう時に、やっぱりそこは共同できる方法っていうのを模索することが必要なのかなというふうに思います。で、やっぱりそこはもう先ほどの加瀬先生のコメントの通りに、その通りだなと思って、やっぱりインセンティブが全く違うんですよね。で、私たちは政策と科学っていう二軸で考えがちなんですけど、政治家にとってはたくさんある考える要素の一つでしかない時もあって、予算制約とか世論とか報道のされ方とかもいろんなものの中の一つに科学っていうような位置づけの時に、やっぱりどうやってその科学の優先順位を上げるのか、上げることがどういうメリットにつながるのかっていうところの、そこをやっぱり我々側も伝える努力が必要だし、努力というか、対応が必要なのかなというふうには思っています。
はい、ありがとうございました。では、the second question. What is the role of science in policy making? This is related to the first question, similar, butどなた？上東先生。Sorry.
先ほど話されていた、科学者自分の好きなことやって、共同できるときに共同すればいいっていうのは、ある意味理想かもしれないんですけれども、実際は COVID が起これば感染症の研究しろとかですね、核爆弾作る必要になったら、核兵器の開発しろっていうふうになるわけで、お金の投じられてるところっていうのはやっぱ政治的な要請の高いところで、今だったらAI つってのもやっぱ政府からの要請っていうのも非常に大きいところがあってですね、私のプレゼンの中でもあったんですけれども、科学というものがそのオートノマスというか独立性を保っていたことなんて今まで一度もなかったんじゃないかというふうに思いますので、どちらかというと科学者がそれを意識して存在しない独立性を想定して何かするんじゃなくて、科学というのはそういう制約のある中で進めなきゃいけないっていうのを十分に意識した上で悪用されないというふうに考える必要があるんじゃないかと思いますけれどもね。
なんかやっぱ自然科学の中でも私はエンジニアリングなんですが、やっぱり必ずこの研究は社会の何の役に立ちますかっていうのは必ず学会の発表の中で最初に言うことになってますね。なのでいわゆる理学系だと興味っていうかまだアンノーンだからとかそういうモチベーションなんですけど、だから分野によってもやっぱり違ってくるのかなというふうに思いました。だから私はさっきの必ずしも共同 しなくてもっていうレパートリーとして持っとけばいいっていうようなことを言ったんですけど、いずれにしてもなかなか難しい問題だと思います。で、次はですね、Do you have any comment, Professor Colston, about what is the role of science in policy making? Sorry.
I want to go just back to science and policy working together before I respond to your next one on social values.
Okay.
So what's interesting about science and policy working together, it's like a symbiotic relation. And I'm going to use the feedback loop, and I want to use the One Health as an example, or biosecurity for that matter, where you literally have a loop of microorganism or antimicrobial resistance running through the cycle, be it through human health, animal health, plant health, environmental health. And this empowers a co-production from scientists from different disciplines to sit and work with government to find a fit-for-purpose model and framework. And we can use AI to help and guide us with the surveillance, etc., and that help us feed into the policy loop. So I think that's a very important step. And then there's, of course, the knowledge translation that needs to happen. That policy really briefs where I think the scientist and government can work also with industry. And of course, there will be the trade-offs. And then, of course, adaptive governance. And that's where we need to go. Because I think it's quite important that we are able to translate and we are effectively able to co-implement the policy and ensure effective implementation and renewal and revision. So I think that to me is extremely important from a science point of view. And then I just want to at the end talk a little bit about social values. And I think the precautionary principle to me is always a very important thing, particularly in the face of scientific uncertainty. And particularly in terms of climate change, these massive big impacts, and then separating facts and values could be another very important social value that I think is important for us going forward as science and science in policy.
Thank you. So you mentioned about the climatic change. Yeah, that it's that scientists believe, the climatic change, but the politician doesn't believe, okay? Something in some countries. Okay, so we move on to the third question. How should evidence and social values be balanced? Sometimes it's a trade-off, between the both conflict. Anybody? Can I? 先生。
とりあえずプレイスホルダーとして話題を提供したいと思います。また私の悪い癖でついここでの問題設定は何なんだろうって考えてしまうんですけれども、この設定で、私は個人的な意見としては社会的価値の方から先に考えなければいけない問題であって、バランスをしましょうっていう前提に立つところには賛同いたしません。で、社会的価値とは何かということがまた次の問題になってくるわけですけれども、これに関して、どのような形で、政策につながる形で社会的価値を明確にするか、アイデンティファイするかということがおそらく重要な問題だと思います。エビデンスはその次に重要になってくる問題だと思います。で、社会的価値をどういうふうにあぶり出すか、アイデンティファイするかということに関して、これは山本先生もよくご存知だと思うんですけれども、台湾の元デジタル大臣のオードリー・タンさんたちのグループが作っている、これもテクノロジー、AI を駆使した手法ですけれども、ブロードリスニングというふうに呼ばれている市民のプリファレンスがどのような形になっているのか、そして市民同士がテクノロジーを通じて対話、熟議をするというプラットフォームを作っていて、このようなツールを使う中で社会的価値、ある問題設定があって、そこに対してどのような アプローチが望ましいのか、どのようなゴールが望ましいのかということを、考えていくツールができつつありますので、そのようなものをもっと普及させていくのが重要なのではないかなと思います。
はい、ありがとうございました。それで、山本先生。
いや、特に補足、一言補足するとすれば、このエビデンスと社会的価値とのバランスということではないのかもしれませんけれども、そのエビデンスっていうのが、日本の場合にはやはり、経済合理性ですとか、生産性向上のための、エビデンスとして、用いられることがあると。さっき大谷先生のカーナビの例を挙げましたけれども、やっぱり日本の場合 AI を促進する重要なモチベーションってやっぱり効率性であるとか、やっぱり合理性、社会構成の向上っていう、目的のためにAI がどんどん推進されるような側面があるのかなと。それとやはり個人の尊重とか個人の価値というのが、やっぱりぶつかってくる。効率性を落としてでも個人を尊重しなきゃいけない。憲法の視点から見ると、そういうことになるわけですよね。そういう意味でやはりエビデンスが示されたからといって、じゃあこの場面で、その社会全体の福祉を重視すべきなのか、いや個人の価値を重視すべきなのか、個人の価値を重視すべきなのかという、やっぱりある種の価値判断が重要になってくる。そこが見えなくなっちゃうとまずいというところだ。ここがまさに政治の領域だと思うんですけれども、ここをしっかり我々が意識して、そこには一般の市民も含めて議論しなければいけないところだと思いますけど、この領域をかなり強く意識する必要があるんじゃないかなと思います。
今のコメントはその最後の質問にも非常に関連しているので、この最後の質問、What is needed to strengthen trust in science as a public good? これはガイディングクエスチョンと意味は同じなんですけども、ちょっと時間も押してきたので、坂本先生が一言で言うと何が公共善を生かすために必要なでしょうかっていう、例えばトランスペアレンシーとかそういうワンワードで結構なんですけど、何が一番大事だと思いますか？
すみません。ちょっと多少ずれるかもしれないですけど、私聞きながら、一つ前のも聞きながら、公平性みたいなところが重要なのかなと思っていまして、特にその医学的な恩恵とかっていうのは、やっぱりみんながそれが普遍的に平等に届いてこそやっぱり価値が発揮して、一部にとどまっている段階で単に格差を生むとか、むしろそのインジャスティスみたいな方につながりうるので、そういう意味では公平性みたいなものが必要なの。
イコールオポチュニティみたいな、
そうです。はい。
上東先生。
すいません。僕はさっきからグッドとグッズ、バリューとバリューズの違いが気になってしょうがなかったんですけれども、一番最後のパブリックグッドはザ・パブリックグッドっていう意味なんですよね、きっと。パブリックグッズの一つという意味ではなくて、日本語にそう書いてあるんで、そうとしか理解できないんですけれども、すいません。気になってしょうがなかったので。
で、一言で言うと、何が一番大事だと思いますか？パブリックグッド。
公共の目的のために使うことではないですかね。悪用すれば悪いものになりますし、いい目的で使えばいいものになりますけれども、でもいい目的で使ったつもりが結果として大惨事を招くこともあるので、難しいんじゃないかという感じはします。はい、すいません。
はい、最後は人っていうことですか。じゃあ、武藤先生。
はい。これは社会的価値って、民主主義国ではっていう前提で、考えるときに、先ほど、坂本先生おっしゃった、公平性とか公正っていうことも社会的価値の一つなんですけど、他にもたくさんありますよね。自由と自立とか連帯とか、弱者の保護とか差別の回避とか、プライバシーの保護とか。で、そういう比較的揺るがない、であろうというふうにみんなが信じたい、社会的価値と、沿った形で科学が使われるっていうことが重要だと思うんですけども、その社会的価値自体がグラグラしているんではないかっていう今局面にいるっていうところで、なかなかこれがあれば大丈夫みたいなことを言うのは難しいなという歯切れの悪い答えで座長すいません。
はい、ありがとうございました。山本先生。
はい、ありがとうございます。一つは、粕谷先生が今日随分ご指摘されてた、その科学っていうのが公共善の として熟議を促進する機能を果たすためにはやっぱり政治が科学を利用するということを憲法学の立場からするとどうその政治の側を統制するのかということが一つ重要なのと、もう一つは情報的健康というふうに私が最後申し上げたようにその基本的な価値民主主義とかはすごく重要でそれを子どもたちに伝えることはとても重要なんですけれども、やっぱりちょっと遠く感じちゃうところがあるのかなという時に、この健康とかですね、身近なことに引きつけて情報を偏って食べるのを考え直しましょうとかですね、食べ物を食べるの時と同じで安全性信頼性を確かめてから食べましょうとか、そういうちょっと身近なところに引きつけて情報環境の改善というものに向けて考えていただくということが重要かなというふうに思っています。はい、以上です。はい、
コルステン先生。
I would
In the short while.
I would say accessible, accountable, and unbiased. And
Unbiased.
I also want to say we need to institutionalize intellectual humility. Science is most trustworthy when it's honest about its own limitations. And I think that is a very important message for everyone.
じゃあ、粕谷先生、ラストコメント。
はい、政治学者ですので、私の答えはデモクラシーとさせていただきたいと思います。公共善として科学が実際に政策に反映されることが、ここでの問題設定の生かすということであるなら、やはり先ほどからの繰り返しで恐縮ですけれども、どうやって政治を動かすかっていうことになるかと思います。その際に様々な障害が出てくるかと思いますけれども、基本的には市民が、有権者が政治家をコントロールするという形に持っていくことが必要なのかなというふうに思います。以上です。
はい、どうもありがとうございます。司会の手際が悪くて3分ほど超過してしまいましたけども、Thank you very much for joining today's panel discussion. So I cannot summarize, and I can reach the unified, conclusion. But today's discussion was very, fruitful, and I learned much from all panelists. Thank you very much. どうもありがとうございました。
Thank you for your patience, and now I will conclude today's session with a brief summary. So first of all, I will begin the closing remarks by summarizing presentations and roundtable. After the splendid and fruitful keynote speech by Sir Peter Glickman on the current situation of the relation among science, society, and politics, and on the ISC's effort to make science public good in the ethical and philosophical sense, we heard 5 presentations before the roundtable. Professor Kasuya Yuko, drawing on political science and policy studies, re-examined the widespread faith in evidence-based policymaking, EBPM. She first observed that the social sciences are structurally under-resourced and recently politically targeted, as seen in the 2025 cuts to the U.S. National Science Foundation, including the proposed closure of the social behavior and economic sciences directorate. Using Japan's fertility policy and other related policies as examples, she then identified 4 difficulties facing social scientists, facing social scientific policy problems. Defining the problem, that, for example, is it that people do not have children or that they do not marry? The infeasibility of randomized controlled trials for family policy, and the third is the uncertain link between recommendations, implementation, and actual efforts, and most fundamentally, trade-offs among social values. According to Professor Kasuya, the conference's key phrase, public good, appears to assume a single desirable value, yet in practice, it is a choice among competing values that only democratic deliberation can legitimately make. She concluded with several proposals, advancing the argument that public trust in science is built not on promises of certainty, but on honesty and transparency about uncertainty and conflicting values. Professor Lise Korsten addressed the central theme of this conference by examining public health as a primary domain, where science functions as a public good. She asserted that scientific evidence is insufficient for effective policy making unless it is supported by a foundation of deep-seated social trust. She explored the transformative yet descriptive impact of AI on global health governance and highlighted the AI's black box challenge, asserting that opaque algorithms threaten the open scrutiny vital to scientific integrity. This can be mitigated by a transition from conventional regulatory models to agile governance. This multi-stakeholder approach emphasizes proactive ethical audits, data problems, and radical transparency to ensure that AI-driven health policies are equitable and inclusive. By institutionalizing a sound linkage between scientists, policymakers, and civil society, she demonstrated how to safeguard scientific autonomy while fulfilling social responsibility. Ultimately, she concludes that building trust through transparency is the essential social glue required to achieve the 2030 Sustainable Goals, positioning public health as a blueprint for the future of science-based policy making. Dr. Poonam Ketropal Singh, by online from India, claimed that science is society's most reliable protection against uncertainty, but only when translated into policy, institutions, and financing to serve all people. She used the 2004 Indian Ocean tsunami as its central case, a disaster claiming over 227,000 lives across 6 WHO Southeast Asian region countries, exposing at catastrophic cost what happened when scientific knowledge is not embedded in governance. WHO's response was entirely science-based. According to her, the message for policymakers is clear. Science protects populations only when institutionalized, shared equitably, and defended by leaders willing to govern by evidence. In an era of climate change and emerging health threats, Dr. Singh claimed science is the foundation on which resilient societies are built. Professor Yamamoto Tatsuhiko addressed the contemporary crisis in science and subsequent return to an age of faith from the perspective of constitutional law. According to Professor Yamamoto, the information space today is dominated by the attention economy, the business model of social media that exploits human subconscious reflection to maximize profits. Powered by recommendation algorithms, this structure inherently amplifies sensational mis- or disinformation, leading to algorithmic religious wars and societal polarization. Furthermore, the rapid advancement of generative AI accelerates this trend through cognitive offloading, the outsourcing of human thought, and the creation of ultimate filter bubbles centered around emotional therapy rather than empirical evidence. Consequently, rational communication and critical scrutiny, which underpin both science and democracy, are severely undermined. To counter this system shift toward a non-scientific era, Professor Yamamoto proposed two essential directions. First, construct a constitution for technology, CFT, in order to democratically monitor and regulate the personal power of big tech. Second, update our legal paradigm to support a vulnerable image of humanity, autonomous individual 2.0, and foster informational health, a strategic literacy, promoting a balanced information diet and cognitive immunity. Finally, Professor Muto Kaori examined the significance and challenges of patient and public involvement engagement, PPIE, in medical and public health research and development, as well as in policy making informed by scientific evidence. When appropriately designed, PPIE may improve the relevance of research questions and outcome measures and help reduce avoidable research waste. At the same time, significant challenges remain, including tokenistic engagement, asymmetries between professional expertise and experimental knowledge, and the marginalization of engagement during public health emergencies. Drawing on lessons from the COVID-19 pandemic, Professor Muto considered the conditions required to institutionalize patient, public, and community engagement, not merely as a means of securing public acceptance of policy, but as a form of governance through which medicine and public health can be collectively shaped and sustained as public good. And after these 6 wonderful presentations, Professor Takata Yasuyuki moderated the roundtable over the guiding question, how can we strengthen trust in science so that it continues to serve the public good? In order to answer that question, 3 issues and 3 sub-questions were posed around 3 topics, that is to say, public health, AI, and public policy. And the 3 questions is, what have we learned from public health emergencies? How can AI strengthen, not undermine, trust in science? And how should science and policy work together? And these are very important questions, and to my surprise, frankly speaking, we could hear many radical comments from the roundtable participants. They, however, I think, shared a declaration, doubt the statu quo, that is, say, now and then, now and here, and that is the scientific attitude. Frankly speaking, today's roundtable did not reach the single answer or consensus among the roundtable participants, and much more all the other participants of the conference. For me, however, it is very much normal. Science is a perpetual endeavor to arrive at a tentative answer. I hope today's conference contribute to make all the participants think about its main theme, trust in science. I thank all of you for your participation. Thank you so much. And now to conclude, we are pleased to invite Professor Hibiya Junko, Vice President, Social Council of Japan, 日本学術会議. Professor Hibiya, the floor is yours. Now it's your turn. Thank you.
Hello. I am standing in between you and the reception, so I will try to be brief as possible. Geopolitical tensions, economic divide, driven by the digital divide, and the polarization of values continue to spread. Amid these circumstances, we hear on a daily basis that the trust in science is beginning to waver. Today, this symposium started with a remark by Sir Peter Gluckman, and I quote, also, I would like to skip, sorry, let me get back. And we ourselves in the concept note wrote, and now I quote, that part I skipped. We said, in recent years, concerns about trust in science have intensified. Today's international conferences started by a remark by Sir Peter Gluckman that trust in science as well as in scientists remain quite strong. A pleasant surprise. Although I was a bit troubled by learning that Japan score is below average. And I do have some hypotheses why this is the case, but I'm not going into the details now. This may be a good, excellent conversation topic during the reception. So please discuss this later. So Sir Peter Gluckman was followed by two other keynote speakers, Professor Kasuya and Professor Kostin. On behalf of the Science Council of Japan, I would like to express our deepest gratitude to them for their valuable insights shared with us. A big thank you also go to the three presenters, Dr. Shin, Professor Yamamoto, Professor Muto, and those who took part in the panel discussion, Professors Takata, Kamihigashi, and Sakamoto for their active participation. As organizers, we spent a substantial amount of time lining up speakers from as diverse fields as possible. And I hope that objective was accomplished and you have the chance to hear from different perspectives from different multiple disciplines. So let us integrate whatever we learned from these speakers and also are not being influenced by a small minority people whose voice is getting bigger and bigger. We really have to be careful about that. And I think that's the biggest takeaway for me, at least today. And last but not least, I would like to thank all of you who are with us today. Some already have left, but especially thank you for those who spent until 4:30ish, more than that, 5 o'clock, as well as those who joined us online today. There are about 70 people online. So this concludes my final remarks, and we are planning to have more symposium, fora, and so on and so forth, organized by the Science Council of Japan. So please keep your interest. Every event will be posted on our website. So please join us again. Thank you very much.